Pierwszy Kongres Umiędzynarodowienia jest przede wszystkim ważnym etapem na drodze do przygotowania strategii umiędzynarodowienia. Nauki i szkolnictwa wyższego. Prace nad tym dokumentem rozpoczęły się na początku tego roku w gronie eksperckim. To są naukowcy, przedstawiciele administracji państwowej.
Międzynarodowienie w Polsce wynosi 8,6%. Na tle innych krajów jest to średni poziom międzynarodowienia. Oczywiście bierzemy miernik liczby studentów zagranicznych do liczby studentów w Polsce ogółem.
I would say that internationalization should be seen in the context of each organization as opposed to one template, because one size simply doesn't fit all. What I'm witnessing here is a very appropriate and thoughtful approach, which is to both consult and reflect and discuss internally across a broad range of stakeholders, as well as scan the environment in the immediate neighborhood of Poland, in the larger European context, and more globally, to see what others are doing.
Ten kongres jest forum dyskusji nad budową strategii umiędzynarodowienia polskiego szkolnictwa wyższego. Konkurujemy ze 190 innymi krajami na świecie i te kraje, których uczelnie są wysoko pozycjonowane w światowych rankingach i ich jakość kształcenia jest oceniana bardzo wysoko, uznają umiędzynarodowienie i jakość tego kształcenia jako wehikuł do budowy przyszłości swojego kraju.
Austria has developed a strategy for internationalization in the higher education sector several years ago. And one of our experiences is that, for one, you really have to include many organizations, many people, and keep the drive in the whole process.
Umiędzynarodowienie oznacza, że uczelnie uczestniczą w międzynarodowej zmianie akademickiej, w międzynarodowym systemie edukacji i w międzynarodowej nauce.
Umiędzynarodowienie dla Gdańskiego Uniwersytetu Medycznego jest czymś naturalnym. Od kilkudziesięciu lat przyjeżdżają do nas studenci z całego świata studiować medycynę, farmację, pielęgniarstwo.
Szanowni Państwo, witamy Państwa na drugim Kongresie Umiędzynarodowienia poświęconym internacjonalizacji nauki.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second Internationalization Congress devoted to the internationalization of science.
Konferencja organizowana jest przez Narodową Agencję Wymiany Akademickiej i Narodowe Centrum Nauki, zaś partnerem wydarzenia jest jego gospodarz, Uniwersytet Warszawski.
The conference is organized by the Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange, NAWA, and the National Science Center, NCN, and the event partner is its host, the University of Warsaw.
Witamy Państwa zgromadzonych w audytorium w budynku dawnej Biblioteki Uniwersytetu Warszawskiego oraz osoby oglądające nas dzięki transmisji online w języku polskim na kanałach YouTube i Facebook NAWA oraz w języku angielskim na kanale Facebook kampanii Research in Poland oraz YouTube kampanii Ready Study Go Poland.
Welcome all those gathered in the auditorium in the building of the former University of Warsaw Library, and those watching us thanks to the online broadcast in Polish on the NAWA YouTube and Facebook channels, and in English on the Facebook channel of the Research in Poland campaign and the YouTube channel of the Ready Study Go Poland campaign.
Pewnie część z Państwa pamięta nas już z pierwszego kongresu organizowanego na Uniwersytecie Medycznym w Gdańsku, ale na wszelki wypadek się przedstawimy.
Some of you probably remember us from the first Congress organized at the Medical University in Gdańsk, but just in case, let us introduce ourselves.
Ja nazywam się Justyna Stanisławska i razem z moim kolegą Piotrem Serafinem będę miała zaszczyt poprowadzić dzisiejsze wydarzenie.
My name is Piotr Serafin, and together with my colleague Justyna Stanisławska, I will have a pleasure to host today's event.
Oboje pracujemy w Narodowej Agencji Wymiany Akademickiej. Piotr w Biurze Programów dla Naukowców, a ja w Biurze Promocji i Komunikacji.
We both work at NAWA, Justyna in the Department of Communication and Promotion, and me in the Department of Programs for Scientists.
Drugi Kongres Umiędzynarodowienia poświęcony nauce wpisuje się w większy projekt agencji, który nosi nazwę Strategia Umiędzynarodowienia Polskiego Szkolnictwa Wyższego i Nauki i jest finansowany ze środków funduszy europejskich dla rozwoju społecznego.
The second Internationalization Congress devoted to science is part of a larger project of the agency called the Strategy for the Internationalization of Polish Higher Education and Science and is financed from the European Funds for Social Development.
Dzisiejsze wydarzenie swoim honorowym patronatem objął minister nauki i szkolnictwa wyższego, pan Dariusz Wieczorek.
Today's event is held under the honorary patronage of the Minister of Science and Higher Education, Mr. Dariusz Wieczorek.
Kongresowi patronuje również przewodnicząca Konferencji Rektorów Akademickich Szkół Polskich, profesor Bogumiła Kaniewska, rektorka Uniwersytetu imienia Adama Mickiewicza w Poznaniu.
The Congress is also held under the patronage of the chairwoman of the Conference of Rectors of Academic Schools in Poland, Professor Bogumiła Kaniewska, the rector of the Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań.
Dziękujemy naszym patronom medialnym: TVP Nauka, Dziennikowi Rzeczpospolita, Forum Akademickiemu oraz projektowi Pulsar, którego wydawcą jest tygodnik Polityka.
We would like to thank our media patrons, TVP Nauka, the Rzeczpospolita Daily, the Academic Forum and the Pulsar Project, published bi-weekly Polityka.
Koncepcja i agenda dzisiejszego wydarzenia to owoc kilku miesięcy pracy Komitetu Programowego w składzie.
The concept and agenda for today's event is the fruit of several months of work by a program committee composed of
Dr Zofia Sawicka, pełniąca obowiązki dyrektora NAWA, przewodnicząca Rady Programowej.
Dr Zofia Sawicka, Acting General Director of NAWA, Chairwoman of the Program Committee.
Magdalena Bem-Andrzejewska, dyrektor działu krajowego punktu kontaktowego NCBIR.
Ms. Magdalena Bem-Andrzejewska, the Director of the National Contact Point for Horizon Europe, National Center for Research and Development.
Małgorzata Fezet-Czyżewska, dyrektor Biura Komunikacji i Promocji NAWA.
Ms. Małgorzata Fezet-Czyżewska, Director of Department of Communication and Promotion in NAWA.
Dr Małgorzata Jakobs, koordynator programu Dioscuri Centra Doskonałości Naukowej, Dział Współpracy Międzynarodowej NCN.
Dr Małgorzata Jakobs, Dioscuri Program Coordinator, Centers of Scientific Excellence, International Cooperation Unit in NCN.
Małgorzata Kiełmińska, doradca do spraw nauki i innowacji, Ambasada Wielkiej Brytanii w Polsce.
Mrs. Małgorzata Kiełmińska, representing UK Science and Innovation in British Embassy in Poland.
Dr Marcin Liana, zastępca dyrektora NCN.
Dr Marcin Liana, Deputy Director in NCN.
Marta Muter, dyrektor Biura Programów dla Naukowców NAWA.
Mrs. Marta Muter, Director of Department of Programs for Scientists in NAWA.
I Katarzyna Pietruszyńska, Biuro Programów dla Naukowców NAWA.
Mrs. Katarzyna Pietruszyńska, Department of Programs for Scientists in NAWA.
Polecamy Państwu korzystanie z tłumaczenia, które jest dostępne przez cały czas. Język polski na kanale pierwszym, język angielski na kanale drugim.
We recommend you to use the translation that is available at all times, Polish on channel number 1 and English on channel number 2.
Drodzy Państwo, konferencję otworzą przemówienia gospodarza i organizatorów. Jako pierwszego zapraszam na scenę profesora doktora habilitowanego Alojzego Nowaka, rektora Uniwersytetu Warszawskiego.
Ladies and gentlemen, the conference will open with speeches by the host and organizers. The first to take to the stage is Professor Alojzy Nowak, rector of the University of Warsaw.
Dzień dobry. Should I speak in English or in Polish, or it doesn't matter? So Polish.
As you wish.
We have translation.
We are in Poland, so maybe in Polish. Szanowni Państwo, to przyjemność dla mnie, jako rektora Uniwersytetu Warszawskiego, móc Państwa powitać na tej dzisiejszej konferencji. To jest ważna konferencja, dlatego że indywidualnie, ale także zbiorowo w ostatnich kilkunastu, może nawet kilkudziesięciu latach zrobiliśmy wiele. Stajemy się coraz bardziej rozpoznawalni na rynkach europejskich, na rynkach światowych, w środowiskach akademickich i poza środowiskami akademickimi. Ale jestem przekonany, a na pewno Uniwersytet Warszawski jest przekonany, myślę, że także Państwa uczelnie,
My university is full of conviction that it is still too little for us,
że potrzeby są większe.
that we should be
Jesteśmy
even
dumni,
more
że tak
recognizable.
dobrze rozwijała
Their
się,
needs are
w gruncie
greater.
rzeczy w dalszym ciągu rozwija się
In principle,
współpraca międzynarodowa w
our
zakresie wymiany
international
studentów.
cooperation has been flourishing for
Tam
student
przykład
exchange.
Uniwersytetu
Let me
Warszawskiego,
give you
jeden
an
tylko.
example
No,
of the University of
budujemy ten
Warsaw, just
Uniwersytet
one
Europejski
example. We have been
z 7
building
innymi
this European
uniwersytetami
university,
europejskimi. Mamy
university
tam
together
około
with
2000
other
studentów.
European universities,
Około
7 of them,
70%
2,000
z tych
students,
studentów
and
studiuje na
70% of
Uniwersytecie
those
Warszawskim w
students
różnych językach,
do
nie tylko w
study
języku angielskim.
at the University of Warsaw
Myślę
in
o
various languages,
For You
not
Plus
only in
programie.
English. For You Plus,
Przypuszczam, że
that's
Państwa
the program
doświadczenia są
I'm
podobne.
referring to. And I may
Jakie
assume
dyplomy wybierze
your
młodzież
experiences
kończąca
are very
ten
much
program?
alike.
Nie wiem, czy bierze
What
z
kind
Sorbony,
of,
czy z Heidelbergu,
what
czy
kind
z
of
Uniwersytetu
graduation
Warszawskiego.
the students
Ale
will go for,
młodzież
either of Sorbonne or
z wielu
Heidelberg
krajów
universities or
świata
others.
chce
Well,
studiować
the future will
na
show, but
Uniwersytecie Warszawskim w Polsce.
the youth really want to study
Mamy
in
coraz
Poland,
więcej
including at
grantów.
the University of Warsaw.
Tych
We have an
wysoko
increasing number of grants
po kilkadziesiąt w
with high
Uniwersytecie
impact
Warszawskim,
factor, a
kilkadziesiąt,
dozen
myślę o
of
grantach
those
IRC.
at the University of
Polsce
Warsaw,
już nie pamiętam
European
dokładnie, jest ich ponad setka.
ERC, European Research
Ale
Council
jak
grants.
patrzymy na Uniwersytet,
There is
na
the
Uniwersytet
total of
Oxfordski,
around
czy
100 of
Uniwersytet
them
Cambridge,
in Poland. But look
są
at
rzeczy jednak
either Oxford or
nieporównywalne.
Cambridge,
Kilkaset
and the scale
na jednym
gets
uniwersytecie.
different. A few hundred at one
Pytanie
of
jest
those
także,
leading
które
universities. And
stoi otworem,
the question which
pewnie
arises
będzie, jaki
is
model tej współpracy
what kind of
międzynarodowej
model we should
do końca.
incorporate
To
for
nie
our
ma
international
żadnej
cooperation, what kind of
wątpliwości,
scheme.
że
And well, it goes beyond
ilość tam
any doubt
uniwersytetów i uczelni
that
polskich powinna być badawcza. To mało
there should
prawdopodobne, że
be
wszyscy
a
będą,
greater number of
instytucjami
research
badawczymi.
universities in Poland.
że
There
dydaktyka
should
jest
be
ważna,
more of them. Teaching is of
że
essence, it
właściwie
is
nie
true.
można prowadzić badań bez dydaktyki.
You can't
dydaktyki
really
bez badań.
carry out your research
Powiedzielibyśmy
without
to.
this
Nie
second
ulega
leg
wątpliwości. Rozumiem, że
of
w tych
teaching.
sesjach znakomicie przygotowany.
It is out of the question. And as the conference goes on, we'll tackle all of these items. But there is one more model
gospodarki biznesu z nauką i z dydaktyką.
which is in sync with this pursuit of combining research and teaching. Maybe that's the way we should go. Maybe this should be the answer to many of the issues we are faced up with. We believe here at the University of Warsaw, and we know that there are very many like-minded scholars of other universities, that funding is not enough. Public funding is not enough for us. And if it is true that public funding is not enough, then we need to be in pursuit of other ways to fund science, international cooperation, forging bonds with business and external business community. Far-reaching cooperation is what we need. Cooperation with business is what we need, especially at this particular moment in world's history. Recently, in Carnapacz, we have spoken about various ways of development. There are leading universities in Poland in the area of artificial intelligence. And we are equally proud that in the area of humanities we've got a lot to boast about, both for our scholars and our students. Just have a look what's around us. This very part of the area of humanities may also be taken advantage of. But there are other ways to be used by the army: algorithmics, mathematics, artificial intelligence. And what we are good at, that is battery manufacturing, not just for cars, other batteries as well. So there are prospects in the horizon. I'm convinced we are very much eyed up in the world. If this Congress serves the purpose of deepening our international cooperation, well, it will be tantamount to its success. It is already success as we meet here at the University of Warsaw. We talk, we don't quarrel. Instead of having arguments, we forge bonds, but at the same time we compete one with the other. It is only recently that we've signed in Silicon Valley an agreement on the inauguration of business or research center. You name it, you have it. And it is in an hour from now, my boss, rector from the University of University, will sign the declaration of entering this very Silicon Valley center, which should stand open for all of you. It is crucial, as Silicon Valley is the heartland of business and scientific interests. And if you feel you've got a project to go with, to go for, 2 or 3 projects, irrespective of what you do, what your kernel is, what you research into, importantly, you should be doing it in a decent manner, and you're all invited to take part. We are in Europe. We know who we are funded with and by, but crucially, the world has gone global. But we would never disregard European bonds, but we should search for other ways as well. The reason is
wyżej w rankingach
our university, other universities would like to go higher in the ranks.
swoje zdanie, że rankingi nie są
We
ważne.
may say ranks don't matter,
Na Uniwersytecie
are
Warszawskim
not needed.
dyskutujemy.
And we also talk this matter over at this very university.
Będziemy usatysfakcjonowani.
But if we reach top 200, 100 or 200, from that moment on, we can start being critics.
Pełniłem różne funkcje. Dziekana, prorektora,
I served in many roles as dean, pro-rector of the university, and I was always asked, which post in the rank do you hold? My usual answer was, we are the best. It was always received well, half joking, but that was always the question that I got. And it was really hard to go with the argument we are the best, given the post we have, 350 or something, but not in top 100 or top 200. So that's precisely the goal we are pursuing. And speaking of international cooperation, we need to bear in mind the following. That's the purpose we need to stick to. And that's important, what will happen on the way. It is with Wiesław that we had plentiful conversations on that topic, on the topic that it is really important to be the leader in research groups. Research groups should be developed at our universities and then embrace scholars of other units. If you are not the boss, if you don't head, then they say you are just a technician. You are here only in an auxiliary role, and that's something that I spoke on various occasions with my French colleagues, and therefore I'm really happy that we are holding this meeting. We are going to exchange many ideas, many opinions, also including on how to fund science, and we keep analyzing, investigating. We are doing our utmost to develop these foundations, to have this iron fist capital. And something that is called endowment in the United States. Think of Stanford, $17,000, $8.7 billion, and endowment comes to that. If you just put it on your account in the bank and you get the interest rate of 5%, and you know how to calculate the final outcome. And this is very much supportive of grants, of posts for scholars, for professors, etc. And it is especially worthwhile not disregarding our students, who are very accomplished. I think it's best if we leave this task of being our ambassadors to our students. For the content, our students, our scholars manage very well indeed in various places. Some have established themselves financially, our graduates, and it's good if they support their alma maters. This is a component, or these are components that we need to take into consideration. We need to employ various perspectives. We need to have these conversations and also resort to best practices which are being applied either in Europe or in America or in the United States or in Poland, because we've got our own accomplishments in this domain. Lastly, and importantly, it is important to smile to each other, to exchange ideas, but it is also important for all of you to feel at home here at this university. You've got your own universities, but at the same time, your grandparents, your parents, were reclaiming this university themselves following World War II. Yesterday I gave the example of Szczecin. and the brick and the wall. One brick was different to the other ones. And it told me that part of these bricks, following the war, were transported to Warsaw in order to be material to rebuild Warsaw. Maybe some of those bricks are here within the premises of the university, but this is also a foundation block for the community we are. Whenever I am a guest at your universities, I feel at home myself. And likewise, I want you to feel at home here at the University of Warsaw. We really want to deepen our bilateral and multilateral cooperations. We want to be recognized. We want to go in the limelight, be it for student exchange, international cooperation. On a slightly more personal note, we are very rarely scholars teaching abroad. We may go for 2-hour, 6-hour, 12-hour teaching schemes. It would be important to go longer, stay longer, go for longer stays of 1 semester, 2 semesters. That's also important for international cooperation. The world is changing thanks to cooperation with students, with scholars. Very much it is down to someone's personality, the presentation of the study outcomes. And this is something that stays. And is a counteroffensive against manipulation, disinformation, if we are effective in representing Poland's interests, our university's interests. And the potential is there at universities. And I think that this can play to our favor. Thanks go to NAWA, as they have picked us as their partner. Whatever you've been doing so far in preparations for this meeting, that's something that we would very much want to continue on in terms of our cooperation with NAWA, National Agency for Academic Exchange, in the area of student exchange and other avenues of cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rector, for the opening speech.
Strategia umiędzynarodowienia, nad którą pracujemy wraz z przedstawicielami świata nauki i szkolnictwa wyższego, jest tworzona pod auspicjami Ministerstwa Nauki i Szkolnictwa Wyższego. Proszę o zabranie głosu pana ministra, profesora Andrzeja Szeptyckiego, który w resorcie nauki odpowiada za kwestie międzynarodowe i jest zaangażowany w pracę nad dokumentem strategicznym.
The internationalization strategy that we are working on together with representatives of the world of science and higher education is being created under the auspices of the Ministry of Science and Higher Education. I would like to ask the Minister, Professor Andrzej Szeptycki, responsible for international issues in the Ministry of Science and Higher Education and is involved in the work on the strategic document, to speak.
Panie ministrze, zapraszamy serdecznie.
Mr. Minister, you are cordially invited.
Szanowni Państwo, chciałbym Państwa serdecznie powitać w budynku dawnej Biblioteki Uniwersyteckiej w Warszawie. Teraz to może już tak nie wygląda, ale pamiętam, kiedy wkroczyłem w te mury, czas temu, panie rektorze, sale czytelnicza, na górze były centralne katalogi. Człowiek tak przeglądał i się zanurzał w tym świecie nauki, odkrywał egzotycznych autorów, kraje, tematy. Ja jestem generalnie fanem nowych technologii, ale czasem tych takich katalogów kartkowych, tak czysto sentymentalnie brakuje. Dlaczego o tym mówię? Bo to mnie prowadzi do tematu naszego spotkania. Do tego międzynarodowego wymiaru
nauki.
Go
W
from
maju
there to
spotkaliśmy się po raz pierwszy
subject team of this
Gdańsku.
Congress. In May,
Na
we
kongresie
first
poświęconym
met in Gdańsk
międzynarodowieniu
in the first
studiów
Congress
wyższych.
devoted
Dziś
to the
spotykamy się po raz drugi, żeby
internationalization
rozmawiać
of
o
studies
międzynarodowieniu nauki.
of higher education. Today
Gdyby
we are meeting for the second
ktoś
time
mnie
to talk
zapytał, jak
about
mam w jednym
the
czy dwóch
science
zdaniach wyjaśnić
internationalization. If I
znaczenie
would like
międzynarodowienia
to
nauki, to
explain what is the
powiedziałbym o
meaning
dwóch
of
rzeczach.
the internationalization of science, I would
Po
be
pierwsze,
pointing out two things. Firstly,
większość
the major
współczesnych
part
wyzwań,
of
z jakimi się
the challenges that we are seeing
państwo, jako
today
społeczeństwo,
as a state, as a
to są wyzwania o
society,
charakterze międzynarodowym.
have international dimension
Pandemia
into them,
COVID-19,
like COVID-19
pełnoskalowa
pandemic,
wojna w
full-scale
Ukrainie i
war
szerzej,
in Ukraine,
agresywna
and
polityka Rosji,
wide the aggressive
kryzys
politics
klimatyczny,
of Russia,
wspomniana już
climate
sztuczna inteligencja i
crisis,
wyzwania z
artificial
nią związane.
intelligence, and
To są
its ramifications
z natury
and its challenges.
zagadnienia, które
These,
wykraczają
by
poza
the very nature,
granice
are
państw.
the subjects that
Nawet
go
populizm, z
beyond
którym mieliśmy do czynienia w Polsce
the borders of a
przez
state. Even the
ostatnich 8
populism
lat,
that
to nie
we
jest
saw in
problem
Poland in the
czysto
last
polski, bo
8 years
tej nocy
are
nad
not
tym
strictly
debatowali
Polish,
kandydaci w
Polish
wyborach w
problem,
Stanach
because
Zjednoczonych.
this night
W
we
związku
saw
z tym,
the debate between
borykamy się,
presidential candidates
przynajmniej w
in the
świecie
US
zachodnim, z
who
podobnymi
were
wyzwaniami.
speaking about that
I stąd jest ta
precisely.
potrzeba
So we are
współpracy
seeing
międzynarodowej.
similar challenges also in the
Ponadto
Western
można
world, in the
zastosować
outside world.
taką bardzo
And
uproszczoną,
hence
żeby nie
the
powiedzieć
need for
łopatologiczną
cooperation. That's
logikę
why
rodem z
we
Adama
could
Smitha.
also apply a
Każdy z
very
nas jest,
simple
w czymś
logic
innym
like
lepszy.
Adam Smith would
Ja mówię,
do.
naukowiec z Polski, naukowiec
Everyone, each of us
ze
has
Stanów
some
Zjednoczonych,
strong
tak, czy z Ukrainy.
points, has some
Jak
strengths,
mówimy o
both,
wojnie
and it
rosyjsko-ukraińskiej.
applies
I
both to
stąd
Polish and,
ta
for instance,
wymiana myśli,
to Ukrainian
raz jeszcze,
researchers.
zgodnie z tym, co
So the
pisał
exchange
Smith,
of opinions,
sprawia, że
on
będziemy
thoughts, of
bardziej
knowledge,
efektywni.
like Smith taught us,
No i
will
stąd nad
make
tym
all of us more
umiędzynarodowieniem nauki
effective.
od
And
dawna
hence
pracujemy
the
i
science
rozwijamy. To są
internationalization,
mobilności
which is the matter
przyjazdowe
that
i
we've been working on
wyjazdowe.
since
Tutaj
a
patrzę
lot of
zwłaszcza na
time.
Narodową Agencję Wymiany
Our mobility, outcoming
to są
and
projekty
incoming,
naukowe,
these are
realizowane
scientific research
coraz częściej
projects
we
that
współpracy
we implement
z
in
partnerami
cooperation with
zagranicznymi,
foreign
w tym
partners.
projekty finansowane przez
Also projects that are
Narodowe
funded by
Centrum
National
Nauki. To są
Center,
strategiczne
National
partnerstwa,
Science Center,
to jest
also
promocja wyników
strategic
naszych badań za
partnership,
granicą,
promoting our
to są
research
to jest nasz udział
results
w
abroad. It means also
wielkich
Poland
projektach infrastruktury
participating
badawczej,
in great infrastructure,
które
research
z
infrastructure
powodu
projects,
swoich kosztów
which
z reguły się
due
mieszczą poza
to
granicami
the
Polski, te
level
największe,
of the
ale
costs
również
normally
z
are
nich korzystamy.
outside Polish borders, but we
Jednocześnie
are engaged in
umiędzynarodowienie
such projects too.
niesie
And the
za
internalization
sobą pewne wyzwania.
means
W ciągu
also a number
ostatniego
of
pół roku
challenges.
najczęściej
In the last
rozmawialiśmy
6
o
months
wizach
we have
i
talked
szerzej o
about
przepływie
visas and widely
przepływie
about
osób.
the transfer of
To jest nie tylko
people,
kwestia wiz, to jest kwestia prawa pobytu dla
which is also
naszych
staying
stypendystów, dla
permits
naszych
for
kolegów i koleżanek, którzy
the holders
przyjeżdżają
of the
za granicę.
scholarships
Ale
coming
są też
here
oczywiście
in
inne
Poland from
problemy,
abroad.
tylko być może
But
nieco
there are
mniej,
also other
nieco mniej
issues,
sporne na gruncie
perhaps
krajowym.
a bit less
Tak,
controversial
jest kwestia
here
dezinformacji.
internally in Poland, like
zwłaszcza dezinformacji ze
disinformation,
strony Rosji.
especially
Jest kwestia tego, jak współpracować z Chinami.
of Russia,
Chodzi o to,
the
żeby to było
cooperation with
obopólne
China.
korzyści,
We
tak?
want it to be a reciprocal advantage.
To trzeba mieć na uwadze.
So this is what we need
Jest
to
kwestia
consider.
bezpieczeństwa,
Another
fizycznego
point
bezpieczeństwa
is
naszych
safety and
naukowców.
security,
Ja o tym
personal
często mówię, bo
safety
to
of
jest
our
kierunek,
researchers.
na którym
Also,
ja wiele lat działałem, ale do
this is
dzisiaj
a
po 2,5 latach pełnoskalowej
an
wojny w
area
Ukrainie mamy
I
uczelnie, które
was
pozwalają wyjeżdżać
I have been always very active on, and now after 2 years of the explosion of the war, our researchers can cooperate with abroad, with foreign countries, but of course not all universities allow for it, and it's very frustrating for a researcher when we cannot cooperate. When this cooperation is closed, you know all very well how frustrating is the situation of a researcher who cannot go abroad and touch with his or her own hands the subject that he is researching on. So, we need an internationalization strategy. We need to discuss the topic, and we need to reach a strategy, the strategy that is being developed, drafted by this interdisciplinary group, and due to this strategy, thanks to it, we will be able to use better all the instruments and limit costs and losses, potential losses. We are not a travel agency. Internationalization is not a travel agency to allow to go abroad. It is supposed, first of all, to enhance the quality of the research, which is the most important point for us. But from a point of view of the government, science internationalization and the investments in this direction should enhance development of our country and is a part of the relationship with our key partners, European Union, Germany, US, just to list some of these partners with which this cooperation is more intense. And saying that, let me wish you a good meeting and a good exchange. Well, I would like also thank the organizers for inviting me, and I thank all of you for your presence here, and I hope that the Congress will contribute to make...
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much.
I proszę o zabranie głosu przewodniczącego Rady Narodowej Agencji Wymiany Akademickiej, doktora Bartłomieja Nowaka.
Thank you very much, and I would like to ask Dr. Bartłomiej Nowak, the chairman of the NAWA Council, to take the floor.
Szanowni Państwo, magnificencje,
Ladies and gentlemen, magnificences, professors, ministers, the second Internationalization Congress is another step that is bringing us closer to the Polish strategy for science internationalization. The internationalization is the mission and the purpose of National Agency for Academic Exchange. We are dealing with difficult conditions, and in the last time, recently we've been fighting. We need to contrast some tendencies which are contrary to internationalization and to fund giving, fund accessibility. And I would like to thank you for being here, because it's very essential to be solid in this attempt, in this effort. The strategy is a project funded with European Fund for social development. These projects are funded by the European Union, and this must be emphasized. I would like to thank all experts who participated in this task group and consulted the area. In the first Congress, we devoted our attention to higher education with IRIS Forum as the main partner, which is the association of the labor officers of the most part of our universities. Here, our main partner is the Center of Science, Polish Center of Science. And we are among those who do teaching and who do research, because it's absolutely necessary to include also higher education and teaching. It's 6,000 projects in a year what NAWA does. Each one of them is aimed at internationalization. It's a dozen of researchers who every year come back here in Poland to continue their research here. It's 70 scholarship holders and fellowships holders and 150 of such researchers that go abroad. Hundreds of institutional products every year to support internationalization, to support international partnerships, all hosting international researchers. So I'm very happy to see here ministers who represent the Ministry of Science, of Development, of Funding, and of International Affairs, Foreign Affairs, because our future depends on the position of this topic in the structure within the strategy of the whole state. I would like to thank Zofia Sawicka and her team who organized practically this Congress. The third Congress will be devoted to the knowledge diplomacy. And I would like to wish to all of you good discussion, new ideas.
Dziękujemy bardzo.
Thank you very much.
Cieszymy się, że nasze zaproszenie do organizacji drugiego kongresu przyjęło Narodowe Centrum Nauki na czele z dyrektorem, profesorem Krzysztofem Jóźwakiem.
We are pleased that our invitation to organize the second Congress was accepted by the National Science Center, headed by the director, Professor Krzysztof Jóźwiak.
Panie profesorze, zapraszamy na scenę.
Professor, you're invited to take the floor.
Thank you very much. I have prepared myself to speak in English, but English is not my native language, so it will be easy to understand. My strong Polish accent will help with this. So, thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, Poland is a country which transforms its science. And science is a free exchange of ideas, free exchange of knowledge. And obviously, this is also free exchange of minds and people between different places, between different countries. And this is very important and critical point in this. Science, excuse me. It is very critical for Poland to be in this network of the internationalization and to have scientists which are part of this exchange of minds, exchange of academics, exchange of researchers, exchange of students. And our main goal is to create environment in the country which help with those, dealing with those issues. So it means to invite foreign scientists to our country, to create environment for foreign scientists to create new research groups, which are created in different places all over the country, in different in very different academic areas and in very different academic centers. This is also exchange of the and giving the funding for the researchers who are willing to visit other countries to perform their research there. These are all very important issues, and we really need to create this environment. National Science Center is in the frontier of creating of this environment. We have many programs which allows that, which help to create international networks of scientists, to create the environment for those exchange of mind, exchange of ideas. I would not name those programs, but we have really many of them. But I'm afraid we do not have enough time for this. But indeed, having this in mind, NCN is very happy to be the main partner in organization of the Internationalisation Congress here in Warsaw. So we are very happy. We are very looking forward to outcome of this conference and to attend all those important sessions. I would like to say thank you for the main organizers from NAWA, from NCN, and from other organizations. And I'm also very thankful for all the visitors here in the audience. Foreigners and Polish people. We are on the Congress of Internalization, so this is, I think it is very, very important. Thank you very much.
Proszę Państwa, jest z nami także profesor Bogumiła Kaniewska, która od 1 września tego roku przewodniczy Konferencji Rektorów Akademickich Szkół Polskich i zarazem od początku bierze udział w pracach zespołu ekspertów do spraw krajowej strategii umiędzynarodowienia.
We are also accompanied by Professor Bogumiła Kaniewska. She has chaired the Conference of Rectors of Academic Schools in Poland since the 1st of September this year and has been involved in the work of the team of experts on the National Internationalization Strategy from the very beginning.
Pani rektor, prosimy o zabranie głosu.
Madam Rector, you are asked to take the floor.
Panie ministrze, panie rektorze, państwo rektorzy, szanowni państwo, wszyscy znakomici goście,
all distinguished guests, participants, today's meeting, much has been said of importance. As of now, let me, on my part, reference to what Bartłomiej Nowak said on behalf of NAWA. We are at a point in time where we might think our goals and our realities start to be divergent. There is a gap therein. We might, on our end, be building a strategy for the whole country, for the whole science. However, at the end of the day, there might be some implementation issues. They are being commented by the press, but that's not going to be the topic of my speech. What I want to talk about is the fact that we need one joint platform for the actual implementation for the internationalization of the Polish science, banding together practitioners that are coming in large numbers. I myself, the representative, and there are other stakeholders, including people who are decision makers about the actual conditions that are set for us, that is, the ones superior in the area of science and higher education and the government. These congresses are for us an opportunity to have one common front, an agreement, an alliance for building up a strategy for the security of our state on the one hand, and on the other will set us in a position to flourish. We don't flourish as our development has been hamstringed. This reflection needs to take place, and I hope that talks and discussions at this very Congress will bring us closer, finding a sustainable solution. The one which will stay, which will bear longer for us, will be a catalyst for internationalization without too many barriers on the go. And that's something that I wish to all of us. Without this clear-cut route, we won't go any further. There need to be such drivers. There needs to be a drive. That is, regulations, coherent policies, and synergies on top of that. As Rector Nowak said, funds can be found, yet at the same time, you need to have conditions in place for it to happen. These are my wishes to all of you. This is something that I wish to myself and to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, as Brandes once put it. Thank you. Thanks go to the organizers and the partner to the Congress.
We would like to thank the organizers and partners of the Congress and the Minister for introducing us to the topic of today's event.
Po tych ważnych słowach nie pozostaje nam nic innego, jak zaprosić Państwa na wykład wprowadzający, łączący tematy, które poruszaliśmy podczas majowego pierwszego Kongresu Umiędzynarodowienia w Gdańsku z problematyką umiędzynarodowienia nauki.
After the important words, there is nothing left for us to do but invite you to an introductory lecture combining the topics we discussed during the first Internationalization Congress in Gdańsk in May and the issues of internationalization of science.
Jest nam niezmiernie miło powitać na tej sali wybitnego znawcę tematyki umiędzynarodowienia, profesora Hansa de Witta, który przedstawi refleksję na temat internacjonalizacji badań i nauki w szkolnictwie wyższym w obliczu wyzwań geopolitycznych.
We are delighted to welcome an eminent expert on internationalization, Professor Hans de Witt. He will present reflections on the internationalization of research and science in higher education in the face of geopolitical challenges.
Dodam tylko, że pan profesor związany jest z Boston College i tamtejszym Centrum Międzynarodowego Szkolnictwa Wyższego, a także z Uniwersytetem Nauk Stosowanych w Amsterdamie.
Let me only add that he is associated with Boston College and its Center for International Higher Education, as well as with the University of Applied Sciences in Amsterdam.
Panie profesorze, zapraszamy na scenę.
Mr. Professor, you are invited to take the floor.
Thank you for the kind introduction, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me to this important conference. I really congratulate the organizers for, after the first conference in Gdansk about internationalization of studies, to focus on sciences. There is a tendency, and I must be confessing that also my experience is much more focused on the first part, internationalization of studies, international mobility of students and faculty, etc. And we always have had the perception, and even many of you who are faculty will come here with that science by nature is international, so you don't have to internationalize it. The reality, of course, is, and I will come back to that, that also science in a much more global knowledge society we're living in is much more needing to be aware about the challenges and the opportunities for internationalizing science. And not only doing that in isolation, but you cannot isolate internationalization of research and science from internationalization of studies. You have to create a comprehensive strategies to make that happen. So I hope to address that in my talk, which will be about reflecting a little bit about what is internationalization of higher education and science. I've been working in this field for over 40 years, first as a director and a vice president for international affairs in the University of Amsterdam, later also working for organizations like the European Commission, World Bank and OECD, and then becoming much more an academic, working on the field of internationalization of higher education. And I can say, and I come back to that, internationalization is not something static. It's a constantly evolving and multifaceted phenomenon. And that's, we have to realize that you cannot say there's one model that fits all. We always have to place it into context. And context is crucial in all what we do about internationalization. Internationalization means something completely different in Boston College in Massachusetts than in Harvard, only 5 miles away from Boston College. Because it are different types of institutions. Harvard being a world-class institution which assumes by that is international by itself. Boston College, a Catholic Jesuit institution at the national level. And that means that you have different missions, different visions, and different perspectives, and you have to realize that. So that's a very important point to take into account. So what I'm going to address is, what are the main themes, trends and rationales and drivers for internationalization over the past decades, and also for sciences? What are the different perceptions and meanings that we have when we talk about internationalization? Because if I would ask you what is internationalization, I would get again a lot of different answers. What is the role of quality? Several people in the first part already have said it's very important to talk about quality. I will not address it in detail, the relationship between internationalization and quality, but quality should be driving what we are doing in higher education, and also in the way that internationalization makes a contribution to the quality of what we are doing. And then I briefly will address what are the current challenges and future challenges when we talk about internationalization, because we are facing a very complex geopolitical environment in which internationalization, globalization, migration issues, all the issues that we are facing with health, etc., are having a very strange challenge on the way we should internationalize. At the same time, it makes it even more important that we have international collaboration. So internationalization doesn't take place in an isolated way. We have to always take it into the context what is happening in higher education and society. And of course, two phenomena are very important in that: massification of higher education. There are much more demand for higher education than there is supply of higher education in the world. And that is in particular in the so-called Global South still the case, that there is much more demand than supply. And that has an immediate impact that students, their families, governments look for places elsewhere. And that's why we see this massive movement of students going abroad for study. We have now over 6 million students studying in another country than their home country, and that's double than 10 years ago, and the predictions are that it will be doubling even in the next decade again. So massification has an enormous impact on internationalization. But the global knowledge economy also has, because in that context we compete. We compete for talents. We compete for the best students, we compete for the best faculty, we compete for the best places in the rankings, where the rector of the university was talking about. We compete for the best access to publications in top-class journals. We compete for funding. We compete for everything. And that is part of the knowledge economy, and that you see a differentiation by different types of universities. We have the so-called world-class universities that are really world-class in their research, and then we have national flagship universities which are leading the research and the delivery of professionals to the world, and then we have teaching institutions and universities of applied sciences. So we have a very diverse system of higher education, and that's also very important. Not every university can and should be world-class university. Not every university can and should be a national flagship university. We need a very diverse system of higher education, and in that, internationalization has to be related to that specific context. So again, that means that for a University of Applied Science, internationalization should mean something completely different than for a world-class university. In that, reputation, rankings, excellent programs play an important role. We see that there is a strive to be reputed, to be high in the rankings, and I perfectly understand that the rector of the University of Warsaw says we want to be in the top 200 and we want to be a world-class university. And you should strive for that to a certain time, but as long as you not let yourself driven by the criteria, the quantitative criteria of the rankers, because they are not higher education, they are commercial enterprises, but that you let yourself directed by the quality of your research, the quality of your education, the quality of your service to society, then you might move up in the rankings. But not the other way, that you should be driven by the criteria of the rankings. But it is a very important part to see. I mentioned differentiation. There's also privatization. Also in Poland, we see quite a number of private universities. And in many countries these days, by the lack of sufficient support by the governments, private higher education is on the rise. There are many regions, Latin America, a very clear example, where there are more private than public universities. There are more students in private than in public higher education. And in itself, that could be fine as long as it is not-for-profit instead for-profit, and it's driven by quality, and that's not many cases the case. And it's in particular the poorer who go to the private higher education, and the richer children go to the public sector in many of these countries. So it is exclusive instead of inclusive, and we have to be careful about that. And of course, we see all kinds of recent trends. We see geopolitical tensions, the war, the invasion of Russia and Ukraine, the conflict in Gaza, and everywhere else. And that has an enormous impact on the way we collaborate, the way we exchange, we do science, etc. We see increasingly concerns about autonomy. And your country has been a very clear example of that. You still try to get out of the increasing attacks on academic freedom and returning to autonomy, but it's not very easy, as I also understand in this country in the debate, for instance, about the research centers of the academy. Autonomy is threatened in countries like my own country, the Netherlands, in the United States. It's not something which is in the past was a threat only in authoritarian regimes, but also in democratic regimes. We see, unfortunately, that academic freedom and autonomy is threatening higher education, and as a result of that also is international collaboration. We see issues of national security, and we have a session today about that, which also drives negatively on how we should be collaborating. And we see all kinds of challenges with ethics and values in higher education, and the whole debate about academic freedom, autonomy, and other issues of integrity are now very much important to address in our policies, and the European Union, the Bologna process is also paying a lot of attention to that. So that all has an impact on the way that we internationalize higher education and science, and we have to take that into account. So if we look at what has been over the past 4 decades happening when we talk about internationalization, then we have to recognize that increasingly it has shifted in paradigm from being much more cooperation. We cooperate in the sense that we exchange students, we exchange faculty, we collaborate in research, to competition. As I said before, we compete now for everything in higher education, and that also is in the international dimension. We see much more inequality and exclusiveness. Internationalization has become very elitist. It's only for a small group of institutions of higher education in the world. It's only for a small number of researchers in sciences. It's only for a small number of students that benefit from it and faculty that benefit from it. And that is a very real threat for higher education, because higher education should be much more inclusive and much more equal. And input and quantitative output have much more synonym to quality in these days than the qualitative outcomes that we are looking for. We are let ourselves in both national and institutional strategies defined by the number of students we exchange, the number of publications we have, but we don't look at what is all the quality of all those things that we do. And we have to move back to the quality if we really want to be a higher education which is in line with our missions of serving the quality of our education, research, and service to society. Internationalization is very multifaceted and evolving, as I said. When we talk about internationalization, it means, again, many different things for many institutions and for many individuals. Something is recruitment of international students for revenue generation. We see that trend quite common. For others, it is we want to collaborate and exchange students. We want to collaborate in research. We want to be part of universities, European university alliances, etc. We have to understand very clearly when we talk about issues like, for instance, study abroad, what are we talking about? Are we talking about degree mobility? Are we talking about credit mobility, so as part of your home degree, like in the Erasmus program? Are we talking about students at the undergraduate level or the graduate level, at the master level or the PhD level? But we put them all in one box, and then we say this is internationalization or this is study abroad. And the same applies to many other terms like internationalization at home, cross-border and transnational education. We have to be much more clear. What are we talking about when we talk about internationalization? What do we mean? How is it related to our context, to our needs? There is indeed not one model that fits all. Its diversity is national, institutional, local, regional, etc. And that is also the case that it evolves constantly. So internationalization, when I started in the 1980s, meant something completely different than in the 1990s, in the past decade, and what it is now, because the context, as I mentioned again, changes regularly. And although the emphasis in internationalization, as I said at the start, is very much on mobility and what we call education abroad, and that is very exclusive and elitist, we have seen over the past 2 decades in particular a kind of counter-reaction to that focus on the mobility side. We have seen on the one hand the movement in Europe of internationalization at home. So what about the other 95% of the students who don't go abroad? Should they also not have international and intercultural learning outcomes? We saw a similar movement in Australia and the UK where we called it internationalization of the curriculum, because they said, well, we have 25% of international students in our classrooms, but what do they learn? And what do the 75 Australian students and British students learn? Should we not focus much more on how we make every student competent and working and living in a global environment? We have seen the comprehensive internationalization strategy in the United States, which said also we focus much on studies, but what about research? What about service to society? And can we not create a much more comprehensive strategy? So this is all what happened over the past decade. And we see a similar movement, and I come back to that later, in 2 aspects. Internationalization of research. I mentioned already, we have always assumed that research and science are international by nature, but we now but we need to know what is our strategy for in making international research much more international. And then the 3rd mission. What do we mean with social services? Is that only for the local industry and the local competition, or is it really for addressing the sustainable development goals of the United Nations? So in internationalization of higher education for society, the 3rd mission has also been part of that comprehensive and integral strategy. And then there's also a discourse about saying internationalization is perceived, in particular in the global south, but also in countries like this one, as a kind of Western Anglophone dominance. We teach in English, we do research in English, our publications are in English, we have a concept of what is internationalization dominated by rankings and world-class perceptions, but what does it mean for the others? How can we create a much more inclusive and equal internationalization, and how can we define an internationalization that is related in your context and your needs? And that is a debate that now also is happening, and it might be considered by many people as woke, but the reality is we need to do that, and otherwise we will not be on equal terms. So, can we really see a changing paradigm? Unfortunately, I'm less optimistic about that than I was maybe 10 years ago. We talk a lot, even in policies, national policies, institutional policies, about the importance of internationalization at home and the curriculum and being more inclusive and equal, but it looks like it's much more rhetoric than really reality and much more rhetoric than action. We have some good examples, but the reality still is that we are focusing still our strategy much more on mobility, revenue generation, exclusiveness, being top in the rankings of sciences, etc., etc. So we have to change. That's one of the main messages. And we see that we confuse in that whole debate and being very sloppy and mixing the different questions that we constantly have to ask ourselves. Why are we internationalizing as institution or as national government our higher education? what are the driving rationales why we are doing this? And only then, what are we going to do? And how are we going to do it? And with whom are we going to do it? But most importantly also, what is the impact on the quality of our 3 missions that we are doing? And I have been involved in many national strategies, institutional strategies, and quality reviews of institutions of higher education and internationalization around the world. And I see most of the people and institutions start and governments start, what are we going to do and how are we going to do it? And with whom are we going to partner? But very little is the question first asked, why are we doing this? Why do we need a national strategy for studies and sciences in Poland? You have to ask yourself very carefully that question. And what is the impact that we want to have in 5 and 10 years and longer? And how are we going to reach that step to do that? That is very essential when you have an internationalization strategies for studies, for science and for services. So there is a need for change. There's an absolute need for change if we stay in this very competitive environment that we are in. Only then we are not addressing the real issues that are there. So let's see how we can do that. And over the past decades, we have seen many people and scholars, but also practitioners and institutional leaders struggling with this question. So how can we change internationalization? And we see all kinds of labels in articles and blogs and documents, etc., addressing that. We have to be more comprehensive, I mentioned that. We have to have an intelligent internationalization. We have an ethical internationalization, a conscientious internationalization, responsible, humanistic. We have to be focusing much more on global engagement. All those terms you have seen as a kind of way we have to change and we have to struggle. How are we going to define that? And that's a very important part because it demonstrates that there is indeed an appeal for change. And that change has become much more important in the current context. We see all kinds of geopolitical developments and tensions. We see still an increasing competition for talents. In the whole aging period that we are in particular in the global north, we need talents. At the same time, we see a tendency to stop immigration. And we mix international students, we mix international faculty with immigration issues in other fields of society. First of all, international students are not immigrants. They only become immigrants when they stay and when they're going to work here. But before that, they are part of the academic community that we need to have an international classroom environment. So that's why it's important to have a policy which is much more focused on how can we bring in international students, not only for revenue, which some of the private institutions in particular would need, maybe, but in particular because we need this diverse classroom environment, both of our teachers, of our students, of our administrators. And by stopping immigration, and unfortunately we see now in many countries, including the leading ones like Australia, the UK, Canada, and the Netherlands, but also here in Poland, a discussion about how we confuse immigration issues with international student mobility inwards. So we have to be much more clear, why are we wanting international students and why it's important to do that, and what can we do after that with them? We see health concerns. Of course, the pandemic has been a very clear issue. We see all kinds of issues like climate change, sustainability. What does that mean for internationalization? Should we still moving around? And then you see this trend, well, we have to blame those students who travel around. We were all students and we like to travel as well. Yeah? Maybe we should less travel as researchers and use the internet. We should maybe less as leaders of higher education, less travel and use the internet and give by that a good example. But it is important that we address the climate issues as well. We see nationalism, we see knowledge security issues affecting internationalization. So it is important that we think what we are doing. And let's see what happens. I don't know. Something happened with a PowerPoint, but they're looking. We need it. And let me say, well, if you look into the future, that we have had. Let me go. Yeah, well, every time I go into this, then it gets out. So we have to ask ourselves some key questions in response to these challenges. How will internationalization be changed by this global landscape? What will those who work in internationalization, and we all work in internationalization, internationalization is not something in NAWA or in the international office of the university. Internationalization is part of the rector, of the deans, of the students, of the faculty, of the administrators elsewhere, because if you internationalize, you also have to do it in human resources, in sciences, everywhere. So how we can make that change, and how will we contribute to the future? And I just give a quote for what I wrote with my colleague Jay Knight from Canada, who have been working for the OECD in the 1990s already about internationalization when it was still not on the agenda. And we looked back in 2018 about our work in the 1990s, and we said, well, it is more important than ever that we make that change now. So in 2015, I was leading a project on the request of the European Parliament about, can you map what is happening in internationalization, and can you give us some indications what would be the future direction of internationalization? And I was working with the European Association for International Education and the Internationalization of Universities on doing this mapping exercise. And as part of that, we asked scholars from all over the world and also leaders in higher education, if you would say, well, what would be needed to give a future direction of internationalization? And among them were people from everywhere, including, if I recall very well, a very respected friend and colleague, Marek Quick here in Poland, who is one of the leading experts on globalization of sciences. We asked them, if you would look at the future, internationalization of higher education must become much more inclusive and less elitist. So we should not focus on that 1 or 2% of the students and faculty around the world that are mobile and forget about the 98% of the rest. We should see mobility still as an integral part. It's an important part. I will not ignore that if you have the possibility to have your students go abroad, do that, or to have international students in the classroom. When I was a student, I had a year of experience in Peru, in Latin America, and I still think that has been a valuable aspect. But we know it's a very elitist opportunity for me, and it's also, in many cases, when they go abroad, it's not integrated into the curriculum, but it's seen as something like it's for your own interest or academic tourism, etc. It should not be seen as a goal in itself. It should be part of your higher education strategy, it should be part of the national strategy, etc. And should not be focused exclusively on economic rationales. Economic rationales are important, but if you only focus on what do I get economically out of it, you forget about the cultural, social, and educational aspects of it. So we said the future direction, originally defined it even as a definition, but I have come back to that because I think it's much more a normative direction where we have to go to. And we built it on a definition with my colleague Jay Knight. We said it is not only a process, but it is an intentional process of integrating and an international, intercultural, global dimension to the purpose, functions, delivery of post-secondary education. It has to be intentional, but it also has to enhance the quality of education and research for all students and staff, and to make a meaningful contribution for society. That is what I think, and it gets much more support now, that has to be the policy. So in that sense, it's science and it is studies. It is quality and it is integration. It's a continuing process. But it is only a process that has to be the intention of the leaders of the institutions and of the governments to make that happen. And it has to enhance the quality, but it also has a social responsibility for society. And I think, by the way, one of my slides before about what that means for research and for social responsibility has been skipped. But let me say, if it means for science and research, we need to have that as part of an internationalization strategy. We need to have to look, what does it mean for the quality of the research, how we do? With whom are we going to partner? With what does it mean for graduate education of our PhD and master students? How do we create a graduate environment for the next generation of students? How do we support researchers in dissemination in top journals? How do we give them facilities to collaborate in research? How does the national government help you to make it possible to receive international researchers and young PhD students in your country to be part of that academic community? There needs to be a strategy. That doesn't go by itself. You need all the support from everybody to have an internationalization of science policy and to link that to what you're doing in studies. And in that, I think more and more important, the social responsibility of universities, or the internationalization for society, has to be also a driving part in that. Because you can say, well, yeah, first we need to be in the top 200 of the rankings and be innovative in that, and then maybe we can address the social responsibility. No, innovation for the future has to be now, and it has to be socially responsible. And there are opportunities for a country like Poland, for institutions in Poland, to be at the forefront of innovation in the social responsible way. That, I think, makes internationalization of science even more important. And let me end by that, also given the time, and I don't know if there's time for question and answer because we are already a bit late, but I will be here the whole day, so feel free to interact with me. Thank you very much.
Dziękujemy serdecznie profesorowi Hansowi de Witt za rewizję teorii i praktyki umiędzynarodowienia nauki i badań.
We would like to thank Professor Hans de Witt for his re-examination of the theory and practice of internationalization of science and research.
Te refleksje z pewnością będą rezonować w dalszej debacie nad krajową strategią umiędzynarodowienia nauki i szkolnictwa wyższego.
These reflections will certainly resonate in the further debate on the national strategy for internationalization of science and higher education.
Drodzy Państwo, dyskutując o kwestiach strategicznych, nieustająco przyglądamy się, jak swoje strategie tworzą inni. Cieszymy się, że w naszej dyskusji o wsparciu międzynarodowej współpracy naukowej zabiorą głos też goście z zagranicy.
Ladies and gentlemen, when discussing strategic issues, we are constantly observing how others create their strategies. We are pleased that guests from abroad will also speak out in our discussion on supporting international scientific cooperation.
Z ogromną przyjemnością pragniemy zapowiedzieć sesję plenarną zatytułowaną Jak skutecznie wspierać międzynarodową współpracę naukową.
It is with great pleasure that we would like to announce the plenary session entitled How to Effectively Support International Scientific Cooperation.
Zapraszamy na scenę panelistów.
The following panelists are invited to take the floor.
Profesor doktor nauk medycznych Matthias Egger, prezes Narodowej Rady Nauki przy Szwajcarskiej Narodowej Fundacji Nauki.
Professor of Medical Sciences Matthias Egger, President of National Research Council of the Swiss National Science Foundation.
Profesor Krzysztof Jóźwiak, dyrektor Narodowego Centrum Nauki.
Professor Krzysztof Jóźwiak, Director of the National Science Center.
Agnieszka Ratajczak, dyrektor Biura Współpracy Międzynarodowej w Narodowym Centrum Badań i Rozwoju.
Mrs. Agnieszka Ratajczak, Director in the Office of International Cooperation at the National Center for Research and Development.
Tak, proszę Państwa, można zajmować już miejsca. Dr Zofia Sawicka, pełniąca obowiązki dyrektora Narodowej Agencji Wymiany Akademickiej.
Dr Zofia Sawicka, Acting Director General Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange.
Dr Gintaras Valincius, prezes Rady do Spraw Badań Naukowych Litwy.
Dr Gintaras Valincius, Chairman of the Lithuanian Research Council.
Profesor dr habilitowany Maciej Żylicz, prezes zarządu Fundacji na Rzecz Nauki Polskiej.
Professor Maciej Żylicz, President of the Board, Foundation for Polish Science.
Online połączy się z nami doktor nauk medycznych Katarina Bielke, dyrektor generalna Szwedzkiej Rady Naukowej.
Doctor of Medicine Katarina Bielke, Director General of the Swedish Research Council, will join us online.
A dyskusję w języku angielskim poprowadzi profesor dr habilitowany Dariusz Jemielniak, wiceprezes Polskiej Akademii Nauk, profesor w Akademii Leona Koźmińskiego.
The discussion in English will be led by Professor Dariusz Jemielniak, Vice President of the Polish Academy of Sciences and Professor at Koźmiński University.
Przypominamy, że pod koniec panelu będzie czas na zadawanie pytań z sali. Zachęcamy także osoby oglądające nas w internecie do zadawania pytań w komentarzach do transmisji na YouTubie i Facebooku NAWA.
We remind you that at the end of the panel there will be time for questions from the audience. We also encourage those watching us online to ask questions in the comments to the broadcast on YouTube or NAWA's Facebook.
All right, thank you so much for finding the time. Great audience here. And I want to start with a very short, simple question, hopefully. What kind of funding are we missing in the Polish system to increase internationalization? In particular, where should we invest more? I know it's an easy one, I'm sure. Yeah, this is the first one. Do you want to jump on the question?
I can start. Well, I think we're probably missing different sorts of funding. If I would be to name the first one, it would definitely be more funds for international programs, be it bilateral programs which are run by science funding agencies in Poland, that is the National Science Center and the National Center for Research and Development. Of course, we are, for example, our agency, we are right now in 12 different European partnerships, 11 of them being Horizon Europe partnerships, and the 12th one being Euratom program partnership. We have a number of different bilateral programs through which our researchers, together with researchers from other countries, can get funding for conducting bilateral projects. But I think that is like a small portion of our budget, of our agency's budget. So I think we should increase that type of funding, probably in both agencies. I will, of course, let's say something about that the head of NCN as well. But also I think the different mobility schemes which are run, of course, by the two agencies, NAWA and NCN, the scope of those should also be increased, being long-term stays abroad and also schemes inviting excellent international researchers to work here with our Polish research teams to spread knowledge, the best examples, how to do science simply, just to increase the level of excellence, yes, because I think we have, let's say, pockets of excellence in different scientific domains in Poland, but we don't have that critical mass. We are where we are in the last group of countries in terms of innovation, right? The European Union, the European Commission each year issues the European Innovation Scoreboard, and Poland still remains or has remained in the last group of the countries. So we are still catching up. So yes, more of different programs through which you can run, you can conduct international research projects and more mobility schemes for researchers. Thank you.
Before I pass the floor, just one additional clarification, because it's really nice to say we need to have more, right? But unfortunately, oftentimes we have to say we need to do one or the other. So do we need more bilateral, or do we need to jump in more European programs? This or that. So if you, in further discussion, we need to be, unfortunately, I hope your budget will increase tremendously, but unfortunately, I think it might be a tough choice down the road.
May I? Yes. Okay, so I think it doesn't matter, in fact, if we have bilateral European, we need every fund for increasing funding in all the kind of projects, but okay, I think it is not our main problem because as for me, looking from the NAWA perspective, the main constraint these are other circumstances for the incoming researchers and generally for mobility and for projects. So even if we have the funding on the same level as we have now, but we have less constraints for incoming researchers and less bureaucracy, and they can more focus on research and what they should do and what we are paying for, we will gain a lot. So I think that, and it was also in the previous in the keynote speech, that we should think about it. That when we have already a project, or we have an incoming researcher or outgoing researcher, we have to gain a multiplier effect. That really the person does a lot things. I mean, not only research, but also didactics, mentoring, helping in writing grants, preparing seminars for other colleagues in the faculty, even interact with the local society members. So we have to assure that when we found already a person, we use the person in many purposes, in many ways, so that we gain a lot, not only for him or her, but also for the people who are at the university.
So I don't know the Polish system that well, but I can tell you what we do in Switzerland. I think in Switzerland we sort of try to mainstream international collaboration. So in every instrument, we have a little door or a big door open towards international collaboration. So half of our budget goes into bottom-up project funding. Hey, you can spend 20% of that budget abroad with a partner. So in every instrument, we try to integrate the possibility of international collaboration and provide some funding for it. Of course, in career funding, we have mobility grants, but also in the project funding, there's a lot of possibilities. For example, if you move abroad, you can take your grant with you. Money follows researcher. And what catches my attention in Poland a little bit is how many agencies you have. It looks to me a little bit perhaps fragmented, and we only have basically two, one for innovation and the Swiss National Science Foundation, which I chair, and we work together very closely, and we don't have a separate agency for scientific exchanges, international collaboration. So perhaps rethinking how you organize it and mainstreaming collaboration might be an idea.
Do you want to take that?
Yes, I couldn't agree more. Yes, first of all, we are part of European Union, so obviously our scientists are free to exercise working in international frameworks, in European partnerships, in multilateral, bilateral manners on different programs what we indeed have. And I think it is really a very large offer for the scientists in Poland. You ask what we are missing. So I think one thing what I could name is that we should have more resources or be able to create more international groups, group leaders from different countries, centers of excellence, which are open competition, you know, in a competition for scientists from all over the world, which can make their future career in our country. And obviously, we have to make those conditions for the competition competitive internationally. So I think this is something which is important for that internationalization of science in our country.
I want to emphasize that this idea that you mentioned, that to dedicate 20% of the grant to allow mobility, is revolutionary. I think the National Science Center in Poland a while back actually limited those possibilities to budget in the regular research grants because of a natural, as a result of a natural change in funding by creating new sources of funding specifically for mobility. So I think this is super interesting. And by the way, procedural comment, it's much more easy for me to read cues that you want to speak up. Unfortunately, Dr. Bielke, who is with us online, it's a little more difficult for me to see when you want to speak. So feel free to jump in or blink twice if you want.
Yes. Very good. Yeah, I'm sorry I can't join you. But I have one thing that I think is important in this matter, and that is being able to open up, as Dr. Egger also said, the national programs is extremely important, I think. And in Sweden, for instance, we are national programs that are free for research-initiated research. They are open to collaborate with whomever you want all over the world. And I think that the EU programs could also be more open to international collaboration. At the moment, we see a trend that many of the younger researchers are not that keen on mobility and to move abroad, and that is something that we have to address in many ways and make programs that make it possible for young researchers also to see the benefits, of course, but also to be able to be mobile in a better way.
The question for me is also not just about how to make this happen, but also who should be making decisions about the strategy. Should it be at the level of the agencies, quite fragmented, as you mentioned, in Poland? Should it be at the ministerial level? Who should be in charge of setting the strategy? And the programs should follow. Does anybody feel like taking it?
Well, the Swiss National Science Foundation is an autonomous foundation, and it makes its decisions, of course, within panels, groups, presiding boards, etc. It's not one person, but it is bottom-up. It is really scientists making decisions for science. It's not the ministry. And I think that is also important because we know as scientists what, the needs are. And so less bureaucracy, perhaps, is also a recipe.
Do you want to follow up?
Well, I was thinking that when in terms of the strategy itself, of course, the mode of operating of agencies in Poland is a little bit different when it comes to NCBR, NCN, and NAWA. But perhaps if we think about the strategy as such, well, I don't know, perhaps we should have some of key priority domains listed in that strategy. I don't know, because for the last, let's say, 2 decades, we've been funding almost everything. I know that is a simplification, right? But when we look at NCBR, NCN, when it comes to funding research and science, That is almost everything. And we are a very big country with very many universities, research institutes, and research centers. And after those 2 decades, those 2 decades of being in the EU, we are where we are. We are still in the last group of countries when it comes to the innovation level of our economy, with such a huge economic growth as have been observed over the last 2 decades. The growth of excellence, the growth of our place when it comes to research and innovation is unmatched. I mean, it is much, much lower. So perhaps we should sort of name key priority areas and amass, key potential around those areas. I'm not, of course, saying that this should be only, 3 or 5, but let's say we have some key priority research and technology areas as a country around which we build potential. And I can give you an example, and this example, of course, goes with a certain caveat, and the caveat being that you can never copy mechanism or policies that exist in one country to another country, right? You always have to be selective and try to take what is best for you and implement what is best for you. And the example is Taiwan and semiconductors. Taiwan and semiconductors. Our agency, we've been cooperating with our Taiwanese counterpart for, as long as we exist. So that is more than 15 years now, I think. And each year we open a call for bilateral Polish-Taiwanese proposals, and we fund projects, Polish-Taiwanese projects. And before we open the call, we always organize a scientific seminar, either in Poland or in Taiwan, in turns. So last year, we had a scientific seminar that we co-organized with our Taiwanese colleagues in the province of Hsinchu, which is the semiconductor province. So, and I was asking a lot of questions. What did you do? How come you are such a world superhouse of semiconductors? And of course, this was a decision that was taken on a very top level of the country, but they decided that they have a central potential in this scientific discipline. They amassed all the potential in one area. They built a huge science park in that province, which is linked with the university, with a number of, employees, probably a few thousand. And this is the potential that they built. You can all, of course, say this is a small country, the situation is different. Of course, this is a small country, but a world powerhouse of semiconductors. And they did it over, how many years, over the last decade probably or so. The clean room that they have in that science park could fit all the clean rooms that we have in Poland. So just to give you an example how you build your competitive advantage. So perhaps that could be one of the scenarios that we should go for.
Okay, maybe a few words about answering your question. The Foundation for Polish Science is a private institution. Most of the programs are bottom-up. And we are, almost all programs have a partner from abroad. So this internationalization is normal. But what we as a foundation are looking for, a collaboration for the best scientists abroad and our scientists. We have a very simple rule. If you have a mediocrity scientist which is collaborating, the probability that you will do something really outstanding in science is very, very low. Of course, you cannot say zero, but low. So we are looking for the quality of science and the quality of both partners from abroad and in Poland. And this is why probably most, or maybe only few people are an exception for this, what I will tell you, that we are nursing people who are winning ERC grants. And this is the quality test for us. Because in EU, except ERC, and also to some extent Marie Skłodowska-Curie grants, the collaboration grants, the quality of the collaboration grants is, I would say, not outstanding. So we need to learn this lesson and we need to do it better. Thank you.
I think it's super interesting and important what you mentioned, because I think it might be divisive. And of course, any good discussion will have people argue. So I'm wondering whether what you've said is something everybody agrees upon, that we should target specific disciplines. And well, too bad, maybe some are not necessarily worthy of funding. They might be nice and shiny, but they will not get the funding. Or should we assume that all science is equal, all academia is equal, and we should like spread the, well, limited resources over all fields? I'm wondering if you have thoughts on that.
Okay, maybe kind of technical remarks regarding the strategy, because we are creating the internationalization strategy as NAWA, and of course we also asked the question before the process. In fact, we know, and everybody knows it probably, that it would be more reasonable to start with the research strategy in general and not with internationalization strategy. So the first step should be creating the research strategy. We have in Poland research policy, let's say a document, I don't know if you remember it, but we can't call it strategy because there are no operational goals and no timelines. There are only some ideas what would be nice to have. So, of course, it would be better to start with the research strategy and then to put some operational goals. Also, one point of the strategy could be internationalization. But the life is like this, that you can do what, having the resources, what you have. And it came like this, that we at NAWA, we could only apply for the grant for internationalization strategy as we cope with internationalization. That's why we have it here like this, that we start from somehow, not from the first step, but from the second or third. And we are talking about internationalization. But I absolutely agree that we should know what to concentrate on and want to focus on. Although we try in some schemes to be democratic and very open for all kinds of proposals, but even though we can have focus area, and as NAWA we are promoting also Polish science abroad, and we know that we have to agree on some fields which are priorities for Poland, because otherwise we can't promote everything. So, but this is also the question not only for the ministry, of course. I think that it should go top down from the ministry, from the government, what are the main fields, but also as academia, as the society, we have to agree that we can focus on some fields and make them stronger than others.
Dr. Bielko? You appear to be muted.
Quality. Okay, now you can hear me, I think. Yeah, you always have to strive for high quality, because if you have or find high quality, bottom up high quality, then you can also find good international collaboration, and then you also have the possibility for mobility to your country and from your country in different areas. If you should define areas, I think that should be made on a research strategy that is building on, of course, the strongest area in the country, and maybe also look at what companies you have that could collaborate with academia in order to strengthen an area. I think, of course, with my background, that if you have an international strategy, it also must be bottom up from the scientists, because they know what needs to be done. It can also, of course, be done together with the university leadership. But I think if the government comes with a strategy, it has to be communicated really well and taken into account what the researchers see as possibilities also. So that is my advice.
Yes, as an addition to that. Obviously, it would be very beneficial for both research performing institutions and research founding institutions to have a better defined strategy or scientific policy in this country. And I think in the situation what we have at the moment, we should stick to some other people said already to the bottom-up strategy, to just select the best science, and the excellent science is the only aspect what should be taken into account. But indeed, this is our responsibility to initiate such discussion and to try to define those strategic areas which are important now and might be important in the future.
To sum up so far, I see two positions. One is that the strategy, the priorities should be set top-down by the ministry, and then the agency should follow. The other idea is to have it bottom-up by independent agencies run by scientists who form them. And the other position, if I understand correctly, is to select a few areas in which we can excel and then heavily fund them, or assume that excellence in science has no discipline. In any discipline, otherwise speaking, in any discipline you can be excellent, and we should focus only on those best in whatever field they come from. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Good morning, and thank you very much for inviting me. I'm sorry. I'm from Vilnius, Lithuania. With Poland, we have long history, and it's very interesting to see this type of debate on internationalization going on here in Warsaw. We went through this debate for many years, and we tested various approaches. One highly specialized approach and the bottom-up, top-down approach. But I would fully agree and refer to Professor David concepts that, first of all, you need to know, I mean the agency, the community, the society, the citizens who are paying for the science. We need to know what we need from internationalization and what internationalization means. Because there are many contents in this one single word. And Lithuania, in the initial stage of development, was very much kind of a practically focused, and we believe just if we put money into some positions which will be open for foreign scientists, they will come here, establish groups, deliver quality, and at the end of the day, Lithuania will thrive and become more competitive in various areas. And this concept failed. We had that program approximately 8 years ago. We funded 10 groups. All groups were led by Lithuanian origin scientists who came back from the States, from UK, from Far East, and none of these groups excelled. They made good science. They published, I would say, some really good publications, but nothing really serious happened. So approximately 5 years ago, we switched over to another concept, which is a little bit more similar to what a colleague from Switzerland described. We just didn't, make a call for specifically scientists working outside the country to attract them to Lithuania. We made an open call for anyone from anywhere in the world, including Lithuania, to apply for some positions. And at this point, of course, we needed to decide what science will be important for this goal. So at this point, we took advantage of our membership in the European Molecular Biology Laboratory, which is an international organization. We made the agreement, umbrella agreement with this organization, so they will let us use their brand and make announcement for that position, the position in the molecular biology area. And we were allowed to co-brand actually our call, and we succeeded. We hired 6 people. 2 of them were Lithuanian origin, 4 of them were from outside of the country. And within 2 years, we have 2 ERC grantees. Before we had only 2 in our country in total. So this is a great impact, very clear impact, and probably reflects the quality actually. So I would probably fully agree with Professor David that the internationalization should be embedded into our brains, into our minds, into our programs. And it doesn't matter whether this is top-down or bottom-up program. We have bottom-up program for students who can apply for anywhere in the world. And surprisingly, they are coming to Lithuania from different countries and coming in much more bigger numbers than another program, which is called BARI program, administered by DAAD in Germany, which is more centralized type of program, which is specifically targeting international mobility. So in BARI program, we had only 1 student, and typically in our wide scope program, national program, we have anywhere from 15 to 30 students per year coming to Lithuania. So I would probably finish my brief comment that internationalization should probably kind of a modus operandi in various areas of activities of funding agencies, and of course universities and institutes.
So maybe I can tell a little bit more about this subject, what you were just mentioning. Our attitude in a foundation is like this, support the best science, so it will be useful for the society. So first, as a bottom-up approach, everybody is applying, we are choosing the best, as they are doing basic science, but next, we have a map of the very good groups and the very good people in our country, which will not waste money when they will receive this. And next they are and we are building a centers of excellence for those people and give them extra money to be useful for the society. So this is a little bit different approach, not bottom-up, top-down, but first select what is really good, and next give them extra money to be useful, to do some applied science. This is our attitude. Of course, we've created like 14 centers of excellence. Only 6 or 7 of them are really very good, but still, and we are doing another competition for this, another competition, but still, this is the more gentle approach, and pushing a little bit scientists to the area out of the basic science. But this is a gentle push. Thank you.
So just in response to what you just said, don't you think that it's sort of dangerous to decide who is good and who is not so good, and then give the money to those you think are good? Doesn't this exclude others and prevent them from, becoming excellent? For example, younger people or people who are less advantaged, women, scientists, etc. So doesn't this promote the Matthew effect that, those who have will be given more? So that's one comment I just wanted to make. But in our country, we would answer to your question, one doesn't exclude the other. And as long as excellence is the criterion for selection. So we have a budget of about 1.1 billion Swiss francs, and about 80% is really bottom up, either in career funding or in project funding, but 20% is more top down. Some topics decided by the government, problems that the Swiss society faces. For example, we have a very fragmented healthcare system. How could we, improve that system? Smarter healthcare was the program. And on the other hand, in what areas does Switzerland want to become, to develop capacity? And these are the NCCRs, the National Centers for Competence in Research. So we have about 10 of these. They're very long-term, and they sort of push boundaries, for example, in nano, in battery technology, etc. But again, excellence in the evaluation. So the NCCRs, 100% international panels, not a single Swiss in there. Because Switzerland is a small country, there's a lot of conflict of interest issues in a small country. So I think the main funding should be bottom up, but there can be top down, addressing specific issues and fostering development excellence in strategic areas, as long as it is competitive and based on excellence and international review.
Thank you. Dr. Bielke, and then you. Dr. Bielke, I saw you raise your hand. No? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, I totally agree. Well, this is actually what I meant. I didn't mean to just erase totally bottom-down approach. Bottom-up approach. What I meant that perhaps we should have a key priority areas around which we build potential named in this country. Because, well, we can ask a question, what are the top priority scientific areas in Poland? We can ask a question to the audience. Does anybody know? Because I don't. And I've been working for NCBR for, 13 years, and before that 7 years for the Ministry of Science and Higher Education. I still don't know. So perhaps we should have that. We should select the areas in which we have now excellent scientists, in which we have potential, build that potential with investing in certain faculties, producing graduates, producing doctoral graduates, producing excellent researchers, and having part of that, what they do, translated into technological advancement, because this is what part of the science should be streamed to, right? We do science to know more about the world, about different phenomena, about different substances, about the human organism and other things. But some of that research should, in the long run, lead to technological development, because this is what it is. This is the world we are living in. So perhaps a mixed system, but we should definitely change something, because what we have now, or what we've been having for the last 2 decades, doesn't work.
So, just following this, what you both were saying, yes, it should be a mixed situation, but all the problem, at least in Poland, Switzerland is a very rich country, so I would not address this, but. In the case of Poland, the top priority area needs to be selected in a very clever way. And it is, first of all, it is changing. The different governments change the priority, which is terrible situation, because once you invest in something, already there is another selection area. This is first mistake. Second is that we need to say, no, we need to look who is really good in science in Poland, and in such a way see if we have a capacity to do this. We should not just spy on the other country, because everybody is doing machine learning, so we should do. We should look if we have really good scientists in machine learning. If yes, please give them in a top-down approach the money. This is something which we do not have. The selection procedure to end up with the selection. We talk about the keys, the clever specialization. It's ridiculous. It's hundreds of top priority things in such a country like Poland. If you have 100th priority, it doesn't mean that you have no priority at all.
If I may, one comment to the issue, if we should finance only the excellence and the best researchers, I think it's good that we have different schemes. I don't know if we need so many institutions, but I'm sure we need different schemes. And for me, the reason I'm for it is, for example, that in our scheme, Becker is an outgoing scheme for researchers. For 40% of our beneficiaries, this is their first grant or external funding. So it shows that it has to begin in some way. So you can't only have financing for the best of the best. Although I completely agree that we need focusing on some areas, even top-down, but still keep schemes which are for everybody and are egalitarian somehow, and that we don't look if it's on this field which is priority on a national level or not, because somehow the researchers, they have to start their career, and you never know who will be the ERC grantee.
All of what you're saying, I think, yes, Dr. Bilko?
Yeah, yes, I was thinking also about one area that we haven't touched upon, and that is research infrastructure. That is one of the most, promoting way of finding excellent and interesting technological development, and also research on these research infrastructures that are often, they are very popular to travel to, and there are also ways of creating mobility programs, I think, around these facilities. And that is also one way of finding ways to promote internationalization, I think, and that is often foreseen.
I think it's a very important thing to remember that we have all those schemes and also facilities that we're paying to use, and the question to what extent we should increase funding for those infrastructures to increase the potential for our researchers is an open one. But I want to take a step back, because what you're saying, I think, is that different things can work, different approaches are fine, but what is needed is some sort of reflection and being extremely conscious about it, be it a mapping exercise of where the excellence is, or what areas should be funded, or even what kinds of funding should we have. So I have maybe a harder ball question for you. How often should agencies, such as the funding agencies you represent, how often should you run a strategic retreat, strategic exercise, and publicly speak about it? Spend a couple of days thinking about strategy, reflect about strategy, and then communicate about it. Is it something that you do regularly?
Yeah, it's a good question because we are running this exercise almost every day because it's an ongoing process. Formally, of course, most of the countries have what is called smart specialization strategy because that was an ex-ante condition for getting European Union money in the previous period. So, but I would like to again stop at the point that, no doubt, specialization and focusing on something important is very important, and this is probably one of the factors, but this is not an enough factor which allows you to achieve quality and success, because it's all about how you, what added value is being created by internationalization, by the mobility. Our colleague from Sweden mentioned that indeed infrastructures is very obvious value because you can go to Sweden, to synchrotron, they are building European spallation source. There will be opportunities for scientists which are nowhere else in the world. So definitely this will create a flux of researchers and the exchange of ideas because they're not coming and measuring, they are presenting, they're giving talks, they're giving seminars, presenting what they achieved with that instrument, and this is no doubt, the way how to illustrate and show that internationalization related to open access to infrastructures is a really good factor for improving the quality. But I would like to also point out to one very important thing. Internationalization should also involve not only collaboration between scientific groups, but also between the organizations like ours, like funding agencies, like agencies which are setting up policies in the countries. Because we are facing a very big challenges, related to new technologies, artificial intelligence technologies. We, as agencies, are constantly solving the problem where to invest taxpayers' money with the greatest output, not output, but effect and for society. And these new tools, technological tools, allow us to imitate good science, imitate good proposals, imitate many things which we are now deriving from our expert knowledge and many other consultations with scientific communities. So at this point, I believe our organization should keep in touch, do mutual learning exercises, exchange their practices, show to each other what works, what not works in these challenging times.
So just following on that, there is an initiative which is called the Research on Research Institute, which is coordinated out of the University College in London, James Wilson. And we are part of that, and many others are part of that. And that's exactly what we do. We reflect on best practices, on strategic questions. We do research together, even experimental research. So I would like to invite you all to join that initiative because it really does what you say, reflect on how best to fund research. We're spending a lot of money, but do we really know how best to do this and what works where, in what contexts? So that's the topic of the Research on Research Institute.
We have created a strategy at NAWA, but in fact, I think there are no important answers on the question which we are discussing here. And I think it's the problem of communication, because the main question which I was asking all the time was, for me, the main questions: which programs do we have for everybody, and which are elite programs only for excellent researchers? And in fact, it's not so difficult to answer the question. We have programs like Welcome to Poland, where we finance the welcoming infrastructure and welcoming services for incoming researchers and students. This is an example of a program which is, in my opinion, for everybody, because every university or research institute have some international students or researchers, and they need such a program. But we have also programs like Polish Returns, which is really for the best people coming from abroad. Why I'm saying it? It is not the problem that we don't know, in fact, which programs are very elite and only for the best people or best higher education institutions, but it's the fear of communicate it, the fear that we should communicate to our stakeholders, to our beneficiaries. This program is constructed like this, that it will be focusing on only the best researchers. Like, if you are not the best, it's not worth applying. And this program is for everybody. So even if you have each year 10 students from Nigeria, it's worth applying because it's for everybody. But you have to be brave and self-conscious and so on, and don't be afraid to communicate it openly to the academia.
Just in response to that, your language is a bit sort of excluding people.
I know.
And I disagree with that. I think it depends on the career stage. In the early career researchers, it's very difficult to tell who is excellent and who is not. So at this stage, I think your funding rates should be high. So our postdoc mobility scheme, which the fewer and fewer people who want to go abroad, and we have the same problem as Katarina has in Sweden, we really have a funding rate approaching 50%. We take the risk and let them go. And obviously, as you move from that early career stage to mid-career to professorial fellowships, the funding, the success rates go down massively. I mean, to perhaps 15% at the top. But there are surprises. You know, very established senior researchers may not get funded. They then ring me up and say, what's happening here? What are you doing? And they're very unhappy. And I have to tell them, well, this panel evaluated these proposals and yours was not chosen. Excellence is not a genetic marker that stays for the, all life. There is, you have to prove that you are excellent even if you're a senior researcher every time you submit the proposal. And you may fail and someone young may beat you. And that's the way it should be.
Yes, for sure. I mean, excellency that we have just that the success rate is about 10%, for example. Then you have to communicate it somehow that there are not so many people or institutions disappointed. Of course, in many schemes you would like to have more funding, but here I must say the funding for the program is not enough, because we need also more funding for employ people to manage the programs. And this is what we also have to have in mind. It's not enough to increase the funding for the programs. It's also necessary to increase then the funding for managing the project.
Dr. Bielka?
Yes, I would like to come back and emphasize the importance of funding agencies discussing together. And since today I'm actually here representing not only Sweden but Science Europe. And in Science Europe, I mean, funders and also research organizations meet regularly and discuss such important things as funding schemes, of course, but also freedom of scientific research, ethics, integrity, open science, and so on. So I think that is also a very good way of learning from each other, and that has been important for Sweden, for example, which is a small country also.
So definitely the Science Europe is the organization which keep us together, and we are discussing all these things, how we solve the several different problems. But coming back to our Swiss colleague, is yes, depending on the career stage, you need to change the gears. If you are attracting a PhD student, you don't expect that he will have a brilliant paper cited so many times and things like this, but you need to check if this person is able to think logically, which is the very low level. But next, if he's critical, he or she is critical, and third, if he's using knowledge from different fields. On this stage of the career, you cannot do more. And I remember when we were financing the PhD schools in old days, we were just doing this in the selection. So this is totally different than selecting the best scientist who is receiving our team program. And actually, in the case of our team program, we have international reviewers, international panels, and 40% of the awardees were on the age lower than 40 years. And this was natural. We were not doing any obstacles, artificial obstacles. This was the result of such a competition. Thank you.
Yes, well, I would like to touch upon a little bit different issue, because we are all representing funding agencies. But when we talk about the internationalization of Polish science, we also need to take into consideration the universities themselves, the research institutes themselves, and how they go about this topic, right? Do they encourage their own researchers to be international? Do they facilitate the processes? Do they sort of acknowledge, award? What is the culture in each and every university and institute in this country when it comes to internationalization, right? Whether it counts or does not count if you are in an international research project, if you are a leader of a project. So I think there is still a big room for improvement here in Poland when it comes to that. Well, institutions and funding agencies, of course, we still have a lot of work ahead of us. We can improve what we do. We can improve our standards. We can ask for more funding from the government, but also those who sort of breed researchers, right? The institutions, the research institutions themselves have a lot to do as well, I think.
I think it's a very interesting discussion. I want to still have a little bit of room if there are any questions from the audience. So does anybody want to address something to our venerable guests? I see a question there.
Thank you very much for this interesting discussion. I would have a question about the other aspect of internationalization of science, which includes also, on one hand, participation of Polish scientists in foreign evaluation panels. On the other hand, also foreign scholars in evaluation of Polish scientific institutions. How can we systematically increase the involvement of these two groups, while strengthening, of course, the highest standard of research evaluation and quality? Thank you.
Anyone?
Well, the answer is very simple. We need to be very good in science. Otherwise, we will be not invited to the ERC panels of advanced grant or things like this. Unfortunately, only limited number of Polish scientists are on such a level.
But how many of your panels are international? You can invite scientists that you consider to be excellent on your panels in order to evaluate the Polish proposals. To what extent are you doing this?
Yeah, so that's another side of that story. Indeed, in National Science Center, we have all panels which are international, which mean that we have a small percentage of the Polish scientists, some percentage of the Polish scientists working abroad, and rest of those people are foreigners from all over the world. And indeed, the excellence of science of those panelists is a main condition and merit to select them. I consider Poland also as a small country, so we indeed have, concerns of conflicts of interest and so on and so on. And it was very important move or initiative to make the evaluation by the international panels. And answering to your question, it is indeed somehow we can observe those things, because those things what you mentioned, because those international panels, they select external reviewers at the next step. And indeed, we can observe that those international panels might propose Polish scientists as the external reviewers. So this is also, I think, very good recognition for those top scientists in Poland, that they can indeed serve to NCN.
So how difficult this life is in Poland, I can tell you that for last 15 years, the Foundation for Polish Science were using English as a language to apply. And we have mostly foreigner panels and reviewers. And everything goes well up to the moment, like 1 year ago, when they force us, because we are using structural funds, EU structural funds, they force us to make an application in Polish. I am just trying to convince my government that this is stupid. The law did not change. The interpretation of the law changed, which is very interesting. And hopefully, hopefully I will convince the government that we should go back to this situation. Otherwise, now in our panels, we are, I would say, using this is a bad word, but we are asking our friends from abroad with the Polish origin. It is difficult to find them, but there are a lot of very good, outstanding scientists with Polish origin working abroad. But this is the artificial way of doing it. Normally, it should be like his NCN and like was in foundation before.
I would like to briefly add to this question. It looks like the question asked by Małgorzata is very technical, how we can ensure the presence of international reviewers. But I would say that this is again the problem related to deeper issues. First of all agencies in the world are struggling with getting not necessarily international, but good reviewers. This is the universal problem. And by the way, this is related to some extent to what was mentioned by Professor David, massification. So new players, Poland, agencies in Poland, Agency, Research Council of Lithuania, other countries are stepping into the field of research area. So just 20 years ago, we didn't need any reviewers. We didn't have money to fund. Now we have almost 100 million euros per year to fund researchers. Of course, we need reviewers. So we are now competing with Switzerland for reviewers, not only for good science, for infrastructures. So this is a universal problem. And again, new technologies, artificial intelligence, technologies needs to be considered as one of the maybe ways to solve this is really urgent problem. Another problem is that you need to ensure quality. International reviewer does not directly leads to quality review. So we know from our practice we have a lot of lousy reviews which are just nothing more than just a sheet of paper written in maybe half an hour by good scientists, because he or she is very busy with something else, with writing proposals, with reviewing papers for Nature, for Science, and many other obligations and commitments. So this is, again, another problem which needs to be addressed, and maybe internationalization also is one of the aspects of this problem.
So we have exactly the same problem. It's becoming increasingly difficult to find good reviewers. We are developing a large language model in order to analyze the review reports, to give panels some objective indication how good this review report actually is. Does it address the methodology, etc.? So there are ways of, ranking, if you like, the quality of the review reports.
Yeah. Any other questions from the audience?
Hello, thank you for excellent panel. And I have a comment. I mean, something that struck me after 5 years in Poland, but there's a little story to this. So I came here with a NAWA grant for the first 4 years. That funding was picked up by NCN, that the project continues. Some European Commission funding, also a big consortium. So I can say that I have enough funding for my research and for my people to go to. I have 5 people in my team. I was able to accommodate within NCN funding, pretty large funding. We have enough money to go overseas for the conferences to present. My PhD student, again with NAWA funding, has just came back from Colombia after 6 months of doing a fellowship, scholarship, whatever you want to call it. But what strikes me after 5 years is an incentive to go abroad, both PhD level and the postdoc level. I have to persuade people to go to the conferences. What's the benefit of that? It came out from Sweden, and I used to work actually in Sweden at Karolinska Institute, and I spent last 20 years Denmark, UK, Australia, so I worked pretty internationally before I came to Poland, and it's kind of normal for me to be international, and I see the benefit of that. And Polish scientists, and this is the comment to the Polish part of and I can see that it always resonates in Sweden and in Switzerland, there is less and less of incentive to go abroad. People tend not to see what's the benefit for their career. They see it as a struggle, something they have got to do. And here, I think we should identify the problem. I come from the environment where there was no problem, where there was such a problem. I can see that the problem is here. So if we, despite of the fact that I think that, funding is scarce, but we're doing well in Poland for the last 5 years, even with the travel, so-called travel money. But I always have to get people, persuade them to go abroad, to experience things. They come back as a completely different people, and they would come again after that. But where's the problem? And we do have a big problem with that in Poland. We need to work on the incentive and clearly show clear benefit to the scientists of those, I think, 2 levels, PhD and postdoc level, of going abroad and excelling in their career because of that. Thank you.
One sentence. Thank you for your comment. As our beneficiary of Polish Returns Program, Professor Wojdacz. I think it's very simple. The universities or other higher education institutions and research institutes, they will have intra-university incentives for mobility if it will somehow resonate in the evaluation of higher education institutions. So, there will be if it's not reasonable for the institution to send somebody abroad, they won't have incentives for it. So I think we are back on the problem how we evaluate institutions in Poland.
Perhaps one comment on this also from my personal experience. I've seen people go somewhere because they felt they have to. Because it's, you have to have it on your CV. You have to have been to the US. But actually, it didn't help them in their career. And it made them unhappy. And one lesson is you need to be very careful choosing where you go. And at our foundation, we changed the criteria for mobility. Basically, our definition of mobility has become much broader. It's not only geographical mobility, it's also interdisciplinary mobility or intersectional mobility or mobility in terms of within Switzerland. We have 4 languages in Switzerland, so that there is, you can actually move a little bit in Switzerland on small scale, but you can move from Geneva to Zurich and actually be mobile. And you can also be mobile on the internet and be part of international collaborations. And that also counts. So we sort of try to take that pressure away from people that you have to go. And the problem is the panels still need to embrace this broader definition. There's still a lot of conservative, you have to have been to XYZ. But I think that might be one, way of taking off that pressure. And really, it doesn't always help your career going somewhere. It can damage.
Thank you. And we only have time for just one final question or comment.
Hello, Justyna Gierzyńska, Institute for Educational Research. I think what Professor Egger is talking about is a student-centered or a professor-centered or a researcher-centered approach. And referring back to the previous comment on why researchers possibly are not interested in going, perhaps we could reflect further back why doctoral students are not interested in international mobility, or maybe even further back, why university students are not so much interested in the opportunities now to go and travel. And all this reflects back on the fact that we need to have the system connecting elementary schools, high schools, universities, and then the research world and the entire society together. It needs to be a system. So if we want researchers who are global-minded professionals, we need to have global citizens, and creating global citizens start much earlier than at the university level. So if we're talking here about internationalization of higher education, we also need to look at internationalization of the educational system in general. And by no means I limit this comment to mobility. Internationalization can happen very much at home. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any final thoughts or comments regarding this comment?
Can I have one announcement from NAWA? I think it's in line with our discussion. We were reflecting how we can, with a NAWA award, somehow have impact on internationalization and enhance internationalization. And we have an idea that persons who don't get any awards directly or institutions are the persons who are hosting international researchers here in Poland or hosting Polish researchers abroad. So our idea for a new NAWA award is for a researcher who hosts international researcher here in Poland, or a researcher from abroad who hosts Polish, it means from Polish institution, Polish researcher abroad. So I wanted to announce it. It will be in 2025. And the name of the award was invented by Weronika Serek, who is there, show up, one of my colleagues from NAWA. And the name is Navigator. I think it's a great name.
Thank you so much. On that note, I thank all the panelists and the audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having me.
Dziękujemy serdecznie panelistom.
We would like to thank the panelists.
O godzinie 12:10 rozpoczniemy drugą sesję plenarną zatytułowaną Naukowiec w Polsce w dynamicznej przestrzeni międzynarodowej, którą w języku angielskim poprowadzi profesor Paweł Leidler.
At 12:10 we will start the second plenary session entitled A Researcher in Poland in the Dynamic International Scientific Collaboration, to be conducted in English by Professor Paweł Leidler.
A teraz zapraszamy Państwa na krótką przerwę kawową. Kawa będzie podawana zarówno na parterze, jak i na pierwszym piętrze.
Now it is time for coffee, which will be served on both the ground floor and the first floor.
My name is Kai Six. I'm the Secretary General of the German Academic Exchange Service, DAAD, and we are a very good partner organization of NAWA, our Polish sister, so to say, and we are responsible for academic exchange, success of students and scholars in Germany and from Germany to the world and the other way around. By internationalization, I would mean that our universities accept students from all over the world, educate them, and that also our universities send their students to the world for exchange programs and others, and develop also options for internationalization at home, which includes making contact with international partners, for example, also having digital exchanges and all kinds of international exposure, international contact that our students and also scholars and lecturers, of course, and professors also are able to do. So in Germany right now we have approximately 13% of international students at our universities, and they enrich the campuses, they enrich our society, so we are very fond of that. And we have approximately 20% of our German students who go abroad for an exchange stay at a university somewhere in the world. And we also support this very much because it conveys them with international perspectives, with new knowledge about other countries, other cultures, and that they bring back and then are experts in these international aspects. And so this is the basis of internationalization. Plus, of course, we have a lot, an abundance of international partnerships on the institutional level. So universities partner up with partners in Europe, Poland in particular, other countries also globally, and kind of come up with joint study programs, have exchange programs for staff and students. And this institutional exchange is also institutional partnerships are also very important for the German approach to internationalization in higher education. I think they just have to have the competences that they bring with them naturally. And the whole idea of internationalization is that they gain new competencies when they go abroad. So I think it's first the ability to get to know other cultures, also to be exposed to something that you do not know yet, and so which makes you also change your personality. I think today it's also very important to have the intercultural competencies for wherever you work, because most companies nowadays also are internationally connected, and it's very important that you also are able to kind of play on the international playing field. I think this gaining of new competencies, skills, intercultural knowledge, that is so important for international exchange, and this is also why we support this so much. I found it a very, very inspiring conference so far. For me personally, it's very interesting because we are also in a process of setting up a new strategy of internationalization for the next 5 years at the German Academic Exchange Service. There are national endeavors of this regard in Germany as well. So it's really inspiring to listen to the Polish perspective and also to the other countries. And it's so what did I learn today is that I see that there's very much openness on behalf of the Polish universities to engage in more internationalization, in opening up, also in continuing to do the tremendous work Polish universities did when it comes to supporting refugees from Ukraine, for example. And so I was very much intrigued by this preparedness to further internationalize. What I bring with me is, so I was able to talk about our strategic priorities in Germany for the next 5 years or so, which is also focused around gaining and retaining international talent to Germany, but also continuing the work that we do in North-South collaborations academically, focus on sustainable development goals. So this is also very important. And we also consider the current geopolitical shifts very much in our work. And so this is also something that is very much important for our work right now, because we also support very much refugee students, students at risk, students who are denied the right to study at their home country. And we consider that a very important responsibility of Germany to help in these situations. My recommendation for Poland would be to invest in foreign languages, so ability to speak fluently English, for example, or other languages, which creates also an atmosphere of accepting and welcoming people from abroad. And I think language is very key in this regard. And apart from that, I also think that there is always, it is always welcome for internationals to come here to see that there are offerings how they can mix up with Polish citizens here in Poland, and so that they have the actual opportunity to get in touch with the people who live here and to experience how living here is and feels. I think opening up in this term of creating networks, being open for internationals to come to Poland, inviting them to your homes, things many Polish people do already. I think this can also still be enforced.
My name is Minna Kelha. I'm from Finland, and my institution is the National Agency for Education of Finland. In Finland, we have a habit to jointly prepare every strategy thoroughly. We have our stakeholders, we have our partners, we have business life, we have students, we have researchers with us to prepare the strategies. And that is one thing that I hope that I did bring to this crowd of people, because when you jointly prepare the strategy, then you jointly commit to the strategy, and you also have joint understanding what kind of goals and challenges you do have. We had it's not that long, the history. I think we had our first national strategy in 2009. The first main goal is to attract foreign students, foreign researchers to Finland. The other goal is to export our education to other countries. I think those are the main goals we do have. I do think everybody should be a part of the global project. I don't think it depends on individuals' skills, or we should all be part of the global project, not just the ones who are somehow capable of doing something, or we should all be a part of the global community, so to say. Maybe, as I said earlier, when you are now preparing your first strategy of internationalization, as I said earlier, also the joint preparation is the key, and also to have these concrete measures which you can follow up in your strategy. I think these are the advice. I expect to learn about Poland and its path to internationalization.
Witamy Państwa po przerwie. Już za chwilę rozpoczniemy drugą sesję plenarną, której tematem będzie wymiana doświadczeń i wizji związanych z umiędzynarodowieniem z perspektywy naukowców realizujących swoje badania w Polsce.
Welcome after the break. We are about to start the second plenary session, the subject of which will be the exchange of experiences and visions related to internationalization from the perspective of scientists conducting research in Poland.
O tym, jak polscy naukowcy odnajdują się w dynamicznej przestrzeni międzynarodowej, porozmawiają.
How Polish scientists find themselves in the dynamic international space will be discussed by
profesor dr habilitowana Grażyna Jurkowlaniec z Instytutu Historii Sztuki Uniwersytetu Warszawskiego.
Professor Grażyna Jurkowlaniec from the Institute of Art History, University of Warsaw.
Profesor Kinga Kamieniarz-Gdula, profesor Uniwersytetu imienia Adama Mickiewicza, dyrektor Centrum Regulacji Genomu na Uniwersytecie imienia Adama Mickiewicza w Poznaniu.
Professor Kinga Kamieniarz-Gdula, the director of the Center for Genomic Regulation, Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań.
Profesor dr habilitowana inżynier Monika Kusiak z Instytutu Geofizyki Polskiej Akademii Nauk.
Professor Monika Kusiak from the Institute of Geophysics of the Polish Academy of Sciences.
Profesor dr habilitowany Marek Kwiek, kierownik Katedry UNESCO Badań Instytucjonalnych i Polityki Szkolnictwa Wyższego na Uniwersytecie imienia Adama Mickiewicza w Poznaniu.
Professor Marek Kwiek, chairholder of UNESCO Chair in Institutional Research and Higher Education Policy at Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań.
Doktor habilitowany Grzegorz Sumara, profesor Instytutu Biologii Doświadczalnej imienia Marcelego Nęckiego Polskiej Akademii Nauk.
Professor Grzegorz Sumara from the Marceli Nęcki Institute of Experimental Biology of the Polish Academy of Sciences.
A także obecny online dr Lars Eivind Ogland, profesor nadzwyczajny na Wydziale Nauk o Ziemi z Uniwersytetu w Oslo.
And online and already visible on the screen there is Lars Eivind Ogland, Associate Professor at Department of Geosciences, University of Oslo.
Panel w języku angielskim poprowadzi profesor doktor habilitowany Paweł Leidler z Instytutu Amerykanistyki i Studiów Polonijnych Uniwersytetu Jagiellońskiego.
The panel in English will be conducted by Professor Paweł Leidler from the Institute of American Studies and Polish Diaspora of the Jagiellonian University.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure and honor to moderate a very important panel, which is a continuation of our discussion concerning internationalization of science. In the first panel, as we all could notice, we did have an institutional perspective, experts who are often behind the scenes, very important in the whole process of supporting research, also in the perspective of international collaboration. This time, we have distinguished researchers, scholars, experts, Polish scientists, and not only Polish scientists, we also welcome our Norwegian friend. Hello. And the topic of the debate is the position of Polish researcher in international scientific collaboration environment. We would like to propose at the very beginning not to legitimize the presence of these distinguished scholars, because the choice was done perfectly by the organizers. However, we would like all feel more within the international research community. So I would like to ask all of the panelists to share very briefly, up to 2 minutes, most important issues concerning their position within international scientific or international research community. And if it's possible, if we could start with Professor Sumara.
So, thank you very much for this invitation, first of all. I mean, it's a great pleasure to be here. So, about my perspective, I came to Poland in 2020 in the framework of Dioscuri program. This is joint program between Polish and German Ministry of Sciences, operated by NCN. And I came here after a long time spent abroad, over 16 years, having in my career completed PhD at the University of Zurich in Switzerland, postdoctoral fellowship at Columbia, and being a research group leader at the University of Würzburg in Germany. So, I mean, for me, it was obvious to get scientific experience in multiple scientific institutions, and I think it really defined my research career.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Kwiek, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm coming from the area of quantitative science studies. I'm doing academic professional studies, both in Poland, in Europe, and globally. I'm basically, I would say, pretty highly internationalized. I spent 3 years in the US in total, and in Canada, in various universities. I was twice a Fulbrighter. So I never came back to Poland. I was always based in Poland, but was coming and going. So I was a Fulbrighter twice. I was Reagan Fassel Democracy Fellow in Washington, D.C. I was also a visiting professor in the Institute of Education in London. In the past 2 years, I'm a visiting researcher in Berlin, Center for Policy Studies. My internationalization can be viewed also through work in international boards, professional boards, and boards of top journals, I would say. It's a lot of work connected with doing editorial work, etc. but it's pretty rewarding. So I'm traveling pretty a lot, publishing pretty a lot, but not really returning to Poland. I'm always here.
Thank you very much for being with us. Professor Kusiak.
Hello, everyone, and thank you as well for invitation. So I spent a few years in Japan as a GSPS fellow, came back to Poland thanks to Foundation for Polish Science Homing Fellowship, then got Marie Curie to Australia and Sweden, Humboldt to Germany, soon going to Houston as Fulbright fellows to NASA. And because I am, polar person working in polar regions, and I spent lots of time in Antarctica, Labrador, Greenland, and came back from Spitsbergen last night. So actually, there is no polar science without international collaboration. So I think I have pretty lots of experience here.
Thank you very much, and as I understand, one of the proofs of this collaboration is present with us, if I may say so. Dr. Lars, if you could also, in that very moment, share your experience briefly. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for inviting me.
We don't hear you. You're muted probably, or do we have technical problems?
So maybe.
Yeah, it's good.
Now you have me, okay. Thank you very much for inviting me. So, yes, I'm living proof of the collaborative spirits within the polar research community in general, in geoscience and geoscience in general. Of course, we work in many places of the world, so having international collaboration is a key. I myself have had postdocs in Canada, working in different places at French universities, so also language components can be important to internationalization, even within the sciences. Yeah, I have currently major collaborations with Monika Kusiak, as described, with big projects on polar regions. I have many other international collaborations ranging from smaller projects related to what I can attribute or contribute with laboratory services in Oslo and so on, to major projects mapping new areas. And I also returned from Spitsbergen now with a very international group led by a Polish scientist. So this is invaluable experiences, absolutely. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your experience. And now Professor Kamieniarz-Gdula, please.
I'm a molecular biologist, and I've worked abroad for 13 years, so 6 years in Germany at the Max Planck Institute, and 7 years at the University of Oxford. And then 5 years ago, I returned to Poland to establish my own research group at Adam Mickiewicz University. And this was made possible by the two agencies organizing today's events, so the National Science Center and NAWA. But after having received funding from them, I could also secure funding from two European institutions, European Molecular Biology Organization, and then since 2 years I'm also running an ERC project. Most of the scientific research that I've done and published was actually done in international collaboration, and so this included then further countries such as the US, France, Japan, and others. And in molecular biology, these collaborations are largely driven by methodology and infrastructure. So if my scientific question requires some kind of specialized equipment or some know-how, then I find a person with this expertise. And it didn't really matter whether I was living in Germany or in the UK or in Poland. Quite frequently, it happens that this person is somewhere else in the world. So this is what really drives my international collaboration experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Professor Jurkov-Laniec, please.
Thank you so much for the invitation. I knew that I would be an outlier here because I'm not a scientist. I'm a humanities scholar. I'm an art historian by training. So I represent a very small field within the humanities, which is art history. And whenever I crossed the borders of my discipline, it was, again, involving rather niche disciplines, niche fields like book history or religious history. So the second issue I wanted to raise is that I deal rather with past phenomena than contemporary issues, which also makes a difference. Although probably the most important difference between all my colleagues and myself is that my experience was rather individual than collective, which is quite typical for most of the humanities. There are exceptions, of course, like archaeology, for instance, but many humanists are individuals who work individually, who publish individually. So our pattern, our model of internationalization is quite often different. And the last aspect I would like to raise is that my individual path consisted of fellowships rather than participation in groups, and my collaboration did not include that much Anglophone world. So I focus on Germany because my research touches on Germany, Italy to some extent. I know that we'll be addressing the issue of the language, but I would like to just announce a slight difference between the publishing strategies in English or other languages and research strategies, which is not the same thing, particularly in the humanities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing that very important information. We will discuss definitely the language matters, as this is one of the elements that was also raised during the first panel. Good news for me is that as a moderator, I don't have to share my experience after such distinguished scholars. It's really good. But what you could hear, it's not only individual successes or research group successes for which we congratulate you on, but also interdisciplinary panel. And I think this is a big value, and I think that we will benefit also in that perspective. I would like also to mention that the organizers, which is not a secret, want to use in a positive sense, not only this panel, but all of the panels to support creating the national strategy of internationalization. So I do hope that the way we approach the topic will be also beneficial for those who later will share this strategy with the whole scientific Polish world. Thank you. We thought that we would start very simply, kind of a question that seems even too simple and probably difficult to answer in 1 or 2 sentences. But as in the first panel, I noticed, which I did not know the scale of that process, that it's really difficult today to encourage people to travel, to go abroad, if they don't have to do this for various reasons. But you're the best proofs, living proofs, that it's really worth. So if you could just share very briefly a thought, why is it beneficial? Why it is within your identity, your research identity, that internationalization exists? But to make it a little more complicated, the biggest challenge. So it's great, but...
Okay, so from the perspective of molecular biology, the biggest benefit is of this international collaboration is that it allows to include in one project multiple really complex methodologies. All the methods that we are using, they are very indirect. Using different approaches gives us the possibility to have more confidence in the findings that we have, and so to do more meaningful research. So this would be the major one, but this would not apply to everybody. So maybe I would, if you allow me, I would say like a second benefit that I find really important, and is that international collaborations and stays allow you to get to know other scientific cultures, and I think that this is often overlooked, but in my perspective this is super important. If you experience yourself that science can be done in very different ways and that science can be organized in different ways, this really opens up your mind, and I think that an open mind is a feature that is one of the most important features of a successful scientist. This would be for the benefits. Let's say the challenge you asked, I think that a major challenge is the distance. So we all have experienced during the pandemic that it's not the same different thing to meet somebody in person as it is to have a video call. And this applies also to international collaboration. So it is just more work to get it. You need to be more transparent when communicating, and put more effort into making sure that the collaboration stays on track.
Okay, great, thank you. Who wants to answer, please? Professor Kwiek, please. And
thank you very much. I'm just thinking offhandedly, it's probably a big difference between international mobility, international collaboration, and international co-authorship. All co-authorships, all various aspects of this internationalization theme. So from my experience, I collaborated a lot in EU projects for maybe a decade. Probably too long and probably too many. It was years ago, but still my experience tells me that it was not exactly what I wanted to do. I was doing what millions of euros was devoted. I was never a coordinator of a big project, I was part of project. It was good, I was traveling all over Europe, but still I was not doing exactly what I wanted to. So this is funded collaboration. Then authorships. It's extremely important to have international collaborations through co-authorships, but it's also rewarding and it's also difficult. I know people in Poland who never really co-authored too much, co-authored internationally, and still they were highly cited researchers. So it happens. So these are separate issues. And finally, I would say today we need collaboration, we need mobility, but we also need working together online. I'm doing a lot of, well, personally, I'm doing a lot of collaboration online. I'm giving invited seminars, keynotes, whatever, from my university, and it works perfectly. I'm thinking it probably works for more established scholars, older scholars like myself. I would suggest to my PhD students and postdocs, go abroad, stay there for a year or 2 years, or however long you want, and then come back. But there needs to be a balance between really time and energy spent on coordinating projects, managing projects, communicating in projects, especially large scale, and doing, I would say, real research, which also takes time and energy. So while I was spending a lot of time on those communication issues within projects, those traveling from different places in Europe within projects, now I see it much more fruitful to be collaborating on research per se, doing research in small teams, going on and off, but not staying for a long time. And I would say more generally, what matters for academic careers? Probably in your CV, you just need international mobility. I know it's hard, especially for women. Today, it's hard. We know all the details. It's difficult. Could be short term. I would suggest always short term, but it's a must. It's a must. Then joint authorship is very useful and it helps a lot. But there is this issue of inequality. I mean, who are you in this authorship partnership? Are you one among 50 or one among 3 or one of the 2? It makes a hell of a difference. If we link publishing to careers, to promotion, for some people, for some sects, really collaborating in large teams doesn't help much. It helps a bit, but not too much. But small teams, especially mixed teams, 2-3 people, help a lot in promotion. And we just know it from the data. So when male collaborate in large teams, it's good for them generally. When the women collaborate in large teams in the US, the chances for promotion are exactly the same as if they never collaborated. So we also need more this solo research, small team research, just to show who we are. We'll come back to those issues maybe later.
Sure. Thank you very much, especially for this tripartite perspective on internationalization, because it definitely depends on various issues, but whether you're co-authoring something or making the mobility, that's probably a completely different thing. Professor Kusiak, please.
Yeah, as for us geologists, there is really no way to do any work, especially in polar regions, without collaboration. So starting from a global scale, to go to the field, and we were together with Lars I was leading 2 big projects, so we were in Labrador together, and we came back from Spitsbergen. I can see, and even to work in Labrador, to get permission to work, we need to employ as well the native people. So it's not only that we were in our expedition, there were people from Australia, Sweden, and Lars from Norway and Polish, but as well we needed to have native people, and it was really huge help because they were our bodyguards and they were carrying gun around us in the field, and we just realized now being in Spitsbergen where everyone carry gun, I mean not everyone, few people with us, but geologists, it's really extra heavy than rocks, but as well you need to pay special attention. You cannot focus on the rock relation, you cannot focus on the field because you're looking on a bear. Every white spot you think there might be a bear coming. So it is much less comfort for this if you have some native people who can take care of you. This is the global scale. Then another scale which is in science in most of our area, we need to use specific labs. And of course, we can do, as we are one team, some part of work I do in Warsaw, some part Lars in Oslo, and we have our collaborators in Australia and Sweden, but as well, if we go together and we do some analysis together, or some of us, we can see that things are going differently because each of us can see different things, have different perspective, and has another things. And the final from what I would like to say is this kind of, not sure if we can call them soft skills or not, I'm not sure what's present definition of this now, but we could see that close work with our, especially senior scientists, we have in our team Australian Professor Simon Wild, he just left Poland today, and he is in geological science the second in the world. And really observing him, talking to him, and having direct contact with him, it's a game changer. So I really, of course, I agree with Professor Kwik that online meetings are great add-in to our work, but it's nothing like personal contact. And just to add, I'm mother of 2 children, and yes, it is difficult, but not impossible.
Congratulations, all the best to your kids. And Professor Sumara.
Well, I mean, this, to refer what other people said, I mean, this very much depends on your scientific question. Of course, mobility issues are still important, but we have to take in consideration also that the times are changing. So maybe we do not have to spend, like I did, or Kinga, 16 years abroad or 15 years abroad. Maybe shorten visits for the postdoc during the PhD time are sufficient. But again, I mean, it's something else for my research area, where I can do basically everything in my laboratory in Poland. I mean, rarely I need to use some special equipment, and this anyway I am doing on the basis of collaboration. And something else will be for polar scientists or someone who studies culture of ancient Greek. I mean, this is really, we have to tailor this for the specific area of research.
Great, thank you. Professor
If I might elaborate on that a bit, because it's not only about research questions, it's also about research objects. So the objectives, because you mentioned ancient Greek, but they are, there is material which is national or national relevant by itself, which doesn't mean it doesn't need to be researched, right? So there is one more dimension or two. One concerns attracting scholars from abroad to come doing the research in Poland, sorry. And there are many scholars who are interested in Central European, specifically Polish phenomena, which are unique or interesting, intriguing in various ways. They do attract scholars from abroad. Many of them learn Polish, which is much more difficult than English for ourselves. So this is one aspect. And the other is as you mentioned, sometimes we don't need necessarily go abroad for 2 years. Some of us, I mean the humanists, deal with regional phenomena that are perfectly approachable from Poland. So there is a question whether we should be forced to follow the same or similar path. I know that this is a part of much bigger question concerning the place of the humanities within the landscape of scholarship, but we should keep this in mind that we are able to attract people from abroad. Well, there are some premises. One premise is that we have to indicate interesting phenomena, interesting material to be researched, and we have to serve as model examples how to deal with it. And I think this other direction is also by all means possible.
Thank you, and we will definitely elaborate more on the language issue or the local, regional aspect of research. Lars, would you like also to share your thoughts concerning the benefits and challenges, please?
Yes, please. So, a lot of wise things have already been said by the panel so far. I think this, just stressing this, how important the international experience going out of your own environment is to broaden perspectives. So especially seeing how other groups and other peoples, those can be both nationally determined or otherwise, but have different approaches to scientific problems, how to tackle scientific problems, how to use different technical approaches, how the scientific tradition of different places vary, and that can lead to new perspectives on the scientific problems you're studying. And just to follow up, as Monica was saying, in geoscience, we're very dependent on having multiple, or very often dependent on having multiple analytical approaches to study our problems. So also the aspect of infrastructure, where you're very dependent on being able to go to different laboratories to do different types of analysis to actually tackle problems in a modern scientific way. So that's key. I think that's definitely some of the most important aspects of the internationalization in a positive way. And you also asked for challenging perspectives. And this, as far as I can see, at least my experience from collaborations, so this is not as much, going to another country to work or study at a different university, but in collaborational projects, this cultural dimension can also pose problems. So especially administrative practices can be very, very different. So that can, of course, lead to lots of frustrations and bureaucracy being difficult to penetrate through, and can come in way for the scientific exchange. But yeah, always if we have good collaborations and good, let's say, personal connections, this is possible to overcome. But yeah, those are some initial thoughts. Thank you.
Yes, we already have a discussion. That's the purpose of the panel. Please.
Yeah, I would like to connect to things that were said before. So one was about so maybe starting with what Lars just said about the cultural differences can be a challenge. I have had the opportunity to work with, for example, Dutch and Japanese researcher. You have to be aware of the culture that you work with. A Dutch person, very likely, if they don't like your idea, they will tell you straightforward, this is not a good idea, sure. Even, let's say, in stronger terms. Whereas with a Japanese collaborator, you really have to know how to make sure that that you're on the same page, because they use very different ways to show this. So this can be a bit of a challenge, but it's also enormously enriching. So it's a coin that has the flip side, and I want also to come to what you said about the two-way cooperation, also people coming to Poland. I think this is, a huge success of also Polish funding agencies, that we don't have just brain drain, we have both brain regain, people like me and Grzegorz that came back after many years, but also we have a lot of people that come from abroad. So at the institute where I'm based, we have a Dutch group leader, Czech one, two from India. Actually, both myself and my husband, we have a research group, so we have. So again, we have I had an Italian research assistant, he has a Dutch one, then we have people from India, Turkey, very many different countries, and they're really talented, hardworking people, and it enriches, I saw how this enriched German and UK science when I was doing science there, and I'm really happy to see that we have this now also in Poland, that we get really great people from all over the world. Actually, recently I had a Japanese PhD student that came for 1 month to learn something from us. So this makes me feel like, yes, this is, it's mutual. It has to go both ways.
Thank you very much. An obvious assumption, the language of communication in most cases, it's English. Don't start speaking Japanese, because you will then spoil my thesis.
No, that's not. I know several languages, but Japanese is not one of them. No, in molecular biology, absolutely English, yes.
English, sure. Of course. The proof that the majority of Poles with our distinguished Norwegian on the panel we are speaking in Poland in English, because obviously internationalization even sounds like a word that we borrowed from another world. The question is, what about these obstacles? I mean, is it so obvious today that we just need to adapt to that reality? I know, again, it depends on what kind of sciences. Definitely it's different in SSH, is different in other sciences. However, regarding the issues that you raised twice already, the aspect of locality, or even regional aspect, it's not only the matter of language. Let's imagine it's a niche topic. And the question is that one thing is collaboration, whether it's possible or not, because of, let's say, the language obstacles for some others. But the other issue is about the visibility. So how to make the research more international if at the very beginning we have so many, cultural language obstacles? Please.
Yeah, this is a tough question, but let me start by saying that there are many, I'm referring consistently to the humanities, there are many phenomena that are very local, but they are typical of English culture, American culture, but they are still local or regional. So if there are Anglophone scholars who publish on them, it doesn't make those publications internationally, let alone globally relevant, right? So there is also local scholarship published in English, obviously. So this is why some of my colleagues who also represent the humanities feel sort of obliged to go beyond their zone of comfort, whereas our American, Australian, or English colleagues are not supposed to do so, because their culture is allegedly universally better understood, which is... So, of course, we have to do this extra effort to persuade international audience, but international doesn't necessarily mean Anglophone. Well, of course, English is the most international, probably still, English of communication, but as long as you mean a language of publication, of communicating the final results. But I would like to start getting back to the language of our sources, which might be very different. My sources, art history, images are, you might suppose that they are international or internationally understood, which is not the case. They were produced in various circumstances. So you need to get much sense of the culture in which music, images were produced to understand them properly. And the written sources, but also the majority of secondary literature is written in local languages. So if anyone from Australia, Great Britain, and so on wants to engage seriously in Central European as just, I don't know, Taiwanese culture, they have to get immersed in this culture more profoundly. So one thing is the languages of our sources. The second is the language of our communications in our networks. So if I'm dealing with, say, the beginning of the Reformation in the Holy Roman Empire, I have colleagues in Germany, so if it's suitable for both sides, we speak in German or in Polish, if they are able to speak in Polish. Of course, when the third stage comes, which is the conference or the articles, well, that depends. Many of those publications are ultimately appear in English, but some appear in German, and they are well regarded as that there are many specialized journals that accept papers in a variety of languages. Polish is not among them, unfortunately, but German, French, Italian, Spanish are regarded as equally relevant to the field. Some are more relevant to the field. For instance, Roman studies, it's French in which all scholars will publish. So this is more nuanced, and it depends on what we are working on. Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone? Please, Professor Kwik and Professor Sumara.
I'd like to stress that the issue of language of publication is absolutely critical. It's critical. If you think of STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, it's absolutely and clearly English, because there's so much globalization of science, and so science generally, higher education, these areas are so radically globalized that thinking of other languages than English is very difficult. There are large countries like Germany, like France, or Spain and Latin America, which use a lot of local languages. It's fine, but for Poland, where the scientific community is relatively small, it's below 90,000 people at the moment involved in any research at all, the issue of language for STEM is critical. Then we have humanities and social sciences. And there is increasing divide between the two. We used to be saying nauki społeczne I humanistyczne, social sciences, the humanities. It's not a similar kind of areas anymore. In humanities, 70 to 90% of publications are solo published. Even in the US, it's 70% every year. So basically, it's solo research. But when you think of social sciences with business, with marketing, with psychology, all those hard stuff in social sciences, it's team research, it's multi-authored research, and it's really increasingly in English. So if anyone from the younger generation asked me, oh, should I focus on English, and I'm in STEM or in social sciences, and I want to have some career in Poland or anywhere else globally, I would suggest think of English only and exclusively. And the rest is a nice add-on. I wrote my habilitation based on about French philosophy 20 or more, 25 years ago. So I know what are other languages for research, but I would never suggest the younger scholars, except for humanities, but not all, not linguistics, for instance. I would never suggest do your German or do your Spanish unless your object of interest is in Spain or in Germany or whatever object it is, texts, films, videos, history, documents, etc., etc. So I'm pretty hard. And in Poland, there is enormous struggle about languages. Are humanists forced to publish in English? I believe they are forced. And there should be difference between elite institutions, where English is a must, and those lower level regional institutions where research is mostly lower level, and where English should not be really requested. And today it is requested. We are forced, not me, I'm a social scientist, but humanists feel forced. Even in our proposal, we had this word forced. Are we forced in the humanities to use English? We are not forced. If we, humanists, we in social sciences, want to have some visibility, want to have some international grants, want to have some collaborators, not speaking Polish or not really coming from Germany, Switzerland, Austria, etc., I believe in the power of, referring directly to your question, believe in the power of English in the age of huge globalization of science and huge globalization of higher education.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Sumra?
Well, I mean, this what Professor Kwiek said totally applies to life sciences. I mean, there is basically no way of doing good quality research without publishing, without disseminating this in English. I mean, I can hardly imagine any usage of our local language, maybe for communication with a general public, for basically popularization of our science. But this is our side work, basically. No, it's not our major work is to basically contribute to the scientific community, and this we can do only in English.
Thank you very much. I would add to this one thing, kind of an experience, looking how within social sciences mainly, the issue of forcing, pushing, or let's say encouraging people to write in English worked because many of them, and even from my field, from American studies, it was obvious that we should write in English. The problem was, my problem of some of my colleagues, that at the very beginning we wrote in English to Polish journals of different type and kind and quality, but the fact is it had nothing in common with visibility, with internationalization. It's like was discussed earlier and definitely during the first Congress that if you have an international scholar or international student, it doesn't mean that you are fully internationalized. Yeah, that's just one of the steps. So I assume we will not speak about this. It's also the matter where we publish, definitely, not only the language, but it's something more to this. However, in all of the answers and also in the curriculum of our experts, you could feel that dependable aspect of discipline, or in other perspective, interdisciplinarity. And my question is, I would like to use that moment to ask you about your approach towards interdisciplinarity. I mean, is this only a benefit? Nowadays, some of the disciplines in Poland, it's suggested, yes, that if you want to do also within social sciences kind of research, it has to be interdisciplinary. Those who manage science, those who manage universities are aware of the fact that it's not so easy because the main law says something else about interdisciplinarity, and it forces us to be more disciplinary. But internationally, I guess interdisciplinarity is more than a value rather than a curse. So what is your experience in that perspective? Who would like to share? Please, Professor Kush.
If I may start, I mean, of course, as well, a little bit definition of this could be probably helpful, because among us earth scientists, when we go to the field, we try to have geochemists, geophysicists, field geologists, cartographers, people from wide speciality. And is it already interdisciplinarity? I'm not sure, because it's earth science in general, but each of us has a little bit different tiny knowledge, and it's absolutely greatly benefit of it. But if sometimes there are projects, and sometimes when I'm evaluating project and I see that in earth science there is some economist with no sense at all, but just to make it like proper international, but there is no proper justification, only because there was a requirement of having this interdisciplinarity. So at the end of the day, this project is valued much lower because it's not real benefit. So sometimes these forces, external forces, make us stop thinking about real science, about real aim or scientific questions, but just to fulfill kind of expectations which we do not understand properly. So that would be...
Thank you very much. An important perspective. Anyone else would like to elaborate on this? Yes, please, Professor Jurko.
Yes, I'm afraid the humanities stand out in this respect too, meaning that we should start by defining disciplinary boundaries, which is very difficult because various national traditions vary. For instance, in Germany, there's a discipline called church history. which is more akin to theology than regular history. In Anglophone world, there's this discipline called ancient studies, which is a combination of archaeology, history, literary studies, but it deals with ancient Greece and Roman culture. So those boundaries we are using contemporary in Poland are preposterous from the global point of view. So there are some disciplines which were artificially created and no one identifies with them. There are some that are well established, like history or archaeology. But when we start international collaboration, we discover this variety that my specialty or my field is within a discipline in one country, where it's a part of other discipline in. So this is difficult to define in this respect. But I would say my individual perspective is that interdisciplinarity cannot be regarded as a value per se. So there are many very relevant objectives of research that are within the boundaries of one discipline, which is well defined, and this is perfectly fine. So this is not an autonomous value, I would say. Of course, there are many phenomena that need to be analyzed from various perspectives. The question then arises whether those various perspectives are perspectives of various disciplines or various sub-disciplines or fields. But my personal view is that this discussion is simply unnecessary. So it's the objective of research and the questions that drive us that should be crucial, not an anticipated idea of being interdisciplinary.
Thank you very much, Professor Kwik.
A very short remark. I'm thinking that we increasingly work in interdisciplinary teams, and it's very rewarding to be working in these teams. And at the same time, it's increasingly difficult to publish interdisciplinary research in top journals, because top journals, like the upper 5%, are still highly monodisciplinary. In the vast majority of cases, there are silos in which these journals operate. And once we move into interdisciplinary publications, we have to make a choice. Is it psychology or economics or higher education or whatever? These decisions are enormously important. And my experience tells me, from many cases, wherever I wanted to move into something top, which was out of my basic area, even though my collaborators were very good in these areas, and research were interdisciplinary, we failed. So my practical experience tells me, and that's what I'm suggesting my younger colleagues, for the time being, it's fantastic to apply for interdisciplinary research, to get money for this, but when you think of publications, you need to focus your top journals in your area. Either it's economics, top 5, or it's whatever, higher education, top 5, or you go directly to, say, science and nature, which is, again, enormously difficult for us non-Americans.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Sure. So in a way, it's a parallel with internationalization and this interdisciplinarity, in that it should be in a way secondary, right? I mean, as a scientist, the most important thing is to do really good science. And if international collaboration, if interdisciplinary approaches help it, absolutely go for it. Otherwise, that's, if it's an obstacle, don't go for it. And with this in mind, I was so happy to hear that the Swiss Science Foundation, at the previous panel, that the Swiss Science Foundation redefined its definition of mobility, right? Because it's as I said, for me, one of the big benefits of international mobility is this open mind, is creating this, is just also crossing your I lost the English word now. But you can achieve the same things when you move from field to field, or if you do something interdisciplinary, or move to a different institution within your country. It doesn't have to be. So it's not necessary that you have to go for 10 years abroad to be able to be a good scientist. So just follow the science, I would say.
Yes, thank you.
I mean, This is true for countries which have critical mass for certain area of research. I mean, I have no doubts that in molecular biology, in many other aspects, Switzerland has this critical mass. It's a question whether we in Poland, in all the research area, have this critical mass. So this I totally agree with you. Whether that sometimes it's more effective to collaborate locally with someone who has very particular expertise, but not always you can find such persons. So I think we are
yes,
still
this is what my experience is actually that, but it was independent where I was, that I found somebody somewhere else that was actually that really, but it was helping my science. Right? It was not because I wanted to collaborate somebody with it. It was because that person was able to work on this protein in this particular manner. They just had the expertise. But you're absolutely right that we have to take this with a pinch of salt, right? Yes, not for some studies thing in Poland is a killer, right? I mean, if you want to do polar science.
Thank you very much. I just want to say, I know, Lars, you're not in a perfect position right now because it's difficult really to plunge into that debate, but please, you raised your hand, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up what was said from the panelists already, that really the scientific questions you're asking should guide your research. And coming from earth sciences, which is actually by its nature a truly interdisciplinary field, we are dependent on physics, chemistry, and field studies, advanced laboratory studies, experimental and analytical. So we were used to working in this interdisciplinary environment, but interdisciplinarity has maybe become sort of a buzzword too. So you don't have to go beyond what are your scientific questions. That's what should govern where you are going, what you are doing, and with whom you are collaborating. But I should mention that sometimes actually jumping into these collaborations with scientists from other fields can be extremely rewarding because you get a very different perspective. We have had some collaborations at the Department of Earth Sciences here with the physics department, for instance, and of course you have a lot of barriers in terms of scientific disciplines which has to be overcome, but can lead to very different perspectives on topics, even though it's not kind of something you specifically looked for when you ask those scientific questions. But in general, it's those questions that should govern how you set up your science in terms of disciplines, and that's what I wanted to mention. Thank you.
Thanks for strengthening that perspective that, of course, it shouldn't be a must. It's an option, but we all feel, or we have our own experience, that this option may benefit a lot. I mean, we may benefit a lot from various perspectives. Letter I is sponsoring this panel and this whole Congress. We have internationalization, we have interdisciplinarity. Generally, we are willing, and you are very innovative in what you do, but I don't want to talk about innovation. I want to talk about infrastructure, because this is also the word that appeared here. Let's start with a kind of a thought, which may be disputable, but I would try to make it most diplomatically as I can. Poland is not the leading world hub for infrastructure. Yes, we are kind of developing, and we hope it's going to be better. But the question is, does it really have to? So considering international collaboration, of course, there are places in Poland where international foreign researchers are coming, and they benefit a lot, and we benefit because of this. The question is, if you were to advise those who are deciding somehow about the direction of the money flow, would it be so that we should pump more money into the whole system to enhance our infrastructure? Or maybe, there's one science, therefore it doesn't matter where we do it, of course, provided they invite us or they don't lock the door. So what is your thought about research infrastructure? Is it important for us to develop it more, or we just should benefit of the world's infrastructure and create common research results out of it. Anyone? Maybe first Professor Sumera and then...
Well, I think we definitely need to invest into the infrastructure. I mean, I would basically distinguish two types of infrastructure, basic and very specialized. And in this basic infrastructure, like basic laboratories required for education, I mean, we need to take care that we have it in place, that it's also well distributed geographically within Poland. And there is a bigger question about the large infrastructure, like large imaging centers, for example, in our research field, or large computational centers. I mean, well, here we have to really consider pro and contrast. So basically, it doesn't make sense to directly duplicate the infrastructure which is available for the researchers within the different research organizations within the European Union. And we have to also take care that we are not just investing into building the infrastructure, but also in operating this. That's what I see quite often, that there is a lot of funding available for setting up infrastructure, but there is no really long-term plan for operating this. If we invest, let's say, 100 million euro into the large imaging center, we have to take care that we have people to run it, that we offer them long-term perspective, that they are not, training themselves and going into the companies or other research units. We need to maintain it, upgrade it. I mean, this is this infrastructure. The investing into the infrastructure only starts with building it, and this is I think quite often overseen. And second thing is, we need to have a real need for this. So we need to identify areas where we want to invest in the infrastructure, where we want to areas which we want to develop in this country. It can also go from the bottom up, from the researchers who can team together, forming more or less formal consortia to basically push for creating of certain infrastructure. So this is
Sure. Thank you. Professor Kwik and then Lars.
Yes, I just wanted to stress that higher education and science system is not a vacuum. We are in a social and economic reality. And wherever we say infrastructure, we say money. Wherever we say 100,000 scientists, we say money. And there is always a trade-off, and there was a trade-off in the past decade at least. Should more money go to the academic profession, basically, or to infrastructure, maintenance of infrastructure, keeping it active, updating, etc., etc. And there is always a need for a national trade-off, a national, I would say, strategic approach to infrastructure investments, not just spending money because money is available for something, but really thinking strategically what is needed and what is fundable in the long run. I would link it to research and publications only. There is just infrastructure and no ongoing or future research. It should not be funded. But at the same time, you are academics. I'm a student of the academic profession globally. So I've been studying academic profession for 3 decades right now, more than 2 decades. And I know what people think. I also know what we, academics in Poland, think. I know what 12,000 academics really think about this satisfaction, working time distribution. I would say everything. And I know how important is going beyond infrastructure and thinking about the future of the profession. My future as a professor, my future as a postdoc, my funding for international collaboration or any other collaboration. And there is always a trade-off. Infrastructure, mobility, which costs a lot. Well, our salaries, our grants, our granting institutions, where the money should go. Is it always 1.2 to 1.6 billion PLN for NCN? It's a disaster. It's a disaster. So there's always a choice where the money should go. And in difficult times, I would be thinking more and more strategically. I'm expecting, well, I would say difficult times right now.
Not very optimistic, but a very realistic vision. Lars, please.
Thank you. So here in Oslo, I'm leading national infrastructure for what is for high precision geochronology. But the important thing with that is that we have this, I'm not familiar with the funding scheme of infrastructures in Poland, but here in Norway we have a coordinated effort of national infrastructures, which is bottoms up initiatives where scientists are applying for infrastructure to the Research Council, and they have a certain pot of funding which is distributed on biannual calls. But this is clearly something that leads to internationalization and lots of new collaborations, if that is a goal. So having specialized infrastructure, analytical infrastructure, it can be other infrastructure in other fields, computational, whatnot. But it attracts projects, collaborations, students from abroad, researchers from abroad to want to use this type of infrastructure. So yes, investments can be large, but if you have the expertise, so this is a key point, if you have expertise that can maintain the quality and be at the forefront of so analytical methods or what is the aspect of the infrastructure, I think that can lead to a lot of internationalization if that is a goal, and lots of collaborations and more visibility as well for institutions nationally and also the researchers using that and being responsible for that infrastructure. So just one on a positive note of how infrastructure can build internationalization.
Thank you very much. Professor Kusiak.
Yeah, just to stress out what Lars and Grzegorz already said, something to be sure it will be not missed out. Doesn't matter really if we have basic equipment or if we have the top high-level specialized analytical equipment. People, human factor is always the most important one, and this is why sometimes I choose to go to Australia instead of stay here, because there are people where, first of all, collaboration is already established. They know what they are doing. But as well, maybe we in Poland, because I can't see it much, but maybe I don't know too much, but we do not have really much investment in people, maybe not even scientists, maybe highly skillful technicians who would know methodology, who would be maybe have PhD with some area and be really, really very skillful. I know for many scientists the word technician sounds kind of maybe not very encouraging, but yes, there are people who are not interested anymore in doing high rocket science, but they are so great in maintaining instruments, with advising, which playing with things which are not routine, because sometimes I met situation that when I wanted to try something, oh no, this may be not this or so on. So it's sure you will never do this.
It's exactly the same in biology. So it's the facilities, core facilities, and if not technicians, then like facility manager, there are highly skilled people with very specialist skills that the industry wants very much. So we have to be able to pay them properly. Otherwise, they just, it's just not possible. And we have this expensive equipment that is just, that nobody is able to use. And so waste of money.
Maybe something, to be added here for any mechanism when we apply for infrastructure should be, at least 2-3 people which would be paid for long term, because once we invest in training people, we don't want them to go away after a year. We want them like really with good salary for long-term planning and have them for decades.
Yeah, this is absolutely key for infrastructure. I agree, absolutely.
Okay. Great. Despite different perspectives, we agree to the core issues. I would like just to share important information. The public doesn't know this. We do have a countdown here. So the bad news is that we are closely getting to the end of the panel because it's a great panel and I bet you would like to stay longer. Good news, however, it depends always, is that there are about 6-7 minutes to lunch. But please still focus on a couple of last thoughts that we would like to have here. I do have still 2 questions which I would like to ask, but we'll see how it goes. Lars, sorry, you were just speaking, but there's a kind of a question which we would like very egoistically to ask a foreigner who has a well-established collaboration with a Polish researcher or researchers. Why international researchers are willing to collaborate with Polish researchers? Of course, I assume that in your case it was excellence, it was a great topic, great idea, great perspective. But are there any other issues apart from this personal or individual aspect? Can you share something about this?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So, first of all, excellence, as you point out, that's the key to attract collaboration. So you have, of course, within many fields, world-leading scientists. So within earth sciences, clearly. So when I was approached to join the first project with Monica here, of course, this is something that immediately draws attention when you have excellent scientists. I think also other things. So to mention for earth sciences, infrastructure in polar region, for example, traditions in polar region. You are well known for doing research in the Arctic, for instance, and the presence of polar stations. So this type of infrastructure and polar or vessels that can travel in polar waters. Those are obviously also things that attract collaborations from abroad. So I think, yes, the excellence of people is key, and infrastructure. And just to add a last word, this is, I think, something that will be even strengthened if you have other types of special infrastructure with skilled people that will attract people to collaborate, because you get opportunities to use methods that are not available where you are, for instance.
Thanks. I would like just to justify that type of question. It's not coincidental. You all are aware how even within European Union and the funding system, you know, the widening policies and programs which made Poland and Central Eastern European states more attractive institutionally because you could get more points and it was not the matter really of the topic of research. So that was kind of in the past one of the reasons for which some of the scholars, some of the researchers approached us. But would you add anything to this? Talking about your perspective or even how you see Polish scientists within the international world. What do we have to offer? Or what are we offering already?
In general,
yes.
I think we have really very good education and we are quite wise. I'm sorry for saying this, but I realize it very often that sometimes it was very beneficial. Yes, we're not so brave with talking about our ideas as American, let's say, so Australians are, and we are not very good in outreach and dissemination activities still, even if every proposal needs it from us. I mean, it's my perspective. But many times I realize that we can really give this extra value. Maybe it's different perspective or different type of knowledge, or at least the knowledge which was my generation, because now it's sometimes, as we see from students, different.
Thank you, Professor Kwik.
Yes. One final word. I strongly believe more and more in science we work on an individual basis, on the basis of teams. So we offer something as individuals. We are attractive as partners, as teams or individuals. And we here, and scientists globally, just are very picky in choosing partners, very picky in choosing collaborators. And we either fit or not. Also they fit to us or not. And I would say this is the power of individuals today. It's not bilateral agreements anymore, or really bilateral funding provided by the ministry or by the university. It's increasingly us or our teams who are either attractive or less attractive or non-attractive at all.
Yes,
Yeah, just continuing after Professor Kwiek, I just would like to share one small experience and question from panel meeting when I applied for Maestro project. In Maestro, the final stage is interview, you give the project and then you say about yourself and international collaboration. And I had a question. How do you know that these famous people which you named really will come and collaborate with you? And I have to say that I was shocked by this question because, yes, these were not random names from, top-cited scientists. These were real names already collaborating with me for many years, but as it was interdisciplinary panel, as you know, in Maestro, so the questions were from non-earth scientists, but they already could recognize that they were top Australian, Swedish, Norwegian scientists. And yes, they want to work with us, and that's true, and I think we should be happy about this, and maybe learn more how to promote this.
Thank you, we definitely will, please.
Yeah, I totally agree that this recognition is mostly based on individual recognition, but we have also strong labels in terms of fields. For instance, in the humanities, it would be analytical philosophy, which is more mathematics than philosophy, but still Mediterranean archaeology. So we have those strong labels that are still attractive. And also we have unique phenomena such as Polish toleration of the 16th century. So there are various ways to attract people, which happens. Yes, this is happening. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, the time has passed away, and I would like to, we will continue definitely the debate and discussion. I was also asked to make notes, and when the national strategy, if you view it as a kind of a jigsaw puzzle, couple of elements from this panel to add to this, I'm sure that I will share this notebook with the authorities. Mostly, I would like to thank our distinguished speakers, Professor Sumara, Professor Kwiek, Professor Kusiak, Professor Kamieniarz-Gdula, Professor Jurko Wlaniec, and last but not least, Dr. Lars Eivind Augland. And what I really learned additionally, beware of polar bears. This is also a kind of a lesson from this. Have a good lunch. Thank you very much.
Państwu dziękujemy bardzo. Mamy wielką prośbę, aby jeszcze nie wychodzić na zapowiedziany obiad i żebyście Państwo na chwileczkę zostali tu na miejscu. Zrobimy sobie pamiątkowe zdjęcie.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this part. However, we ask you kindly to stay with us in the room so we can get a family photo all together.
No to
My name is Laura Rumbley. I'm the Director for Knowledge Development and Research at the European Association for International Education. I've been a student of internationalization for more than 20 years. I think at its heart, it is a phenomenon that is designed to allow all of us to experience new and different things that take us beyond our normal national context, our normal cultural context, and allows us to develop new ideas, new insights, new information that allow us to work in the world in more effective ways, to bridge distances with others, and be able to collaborate and think globally in terms of the work that we do and the lives that we lead. Now, that's a very general definition. Within the context of higher education, internationalization is commonly understood to include the incorporation of international, intercultural, and global components that inform our studies, our research activities, the way that our higher education institutions work in the world. So it gives you a bit of a flavor of what internationalization can be. I think there's a strong emphasis to draw on the region because internationalization in the European context is quite dynamic. It's quite well developed. I think if you compare world regions, Europe is quite often referred to as a reference point of some very dynamic activity through funding mechanisms at the European Union level, but also down to the level of national decisions and policymaking and institutional activity. Challenges and opportunities often come down to defining the goals for internationalization. What exactly are we trying to do? And how do we imagine that we will get there? At my association, the EAIE, we've done a very comprehensive study of professionals who are working in this field. And we asked them to talk to us about the priorities that they see as important for their institutions to achieve their internationalization goals over the next 3 to 5 years. And what we found was that across Europe, our colleagues are identifying many different areas that require attention, from student attraction of international talent, to strengthening the international and intercultural dimension of the curriculum, to developing key partnerships, to acting in a more socially responsible way in the context of internationalization. So what that tells us is that there are many different opportunities in which to develop this work, but how then do you prioritize amongst all of those? And how do you make sure that all of those efforts are attended to in smart ways? So I think it really is a question of finding focus, but also realizing that internationalization is a broad phenomenon that does need attention in a variety of areas. And I think some countries certainly have maybe a particular reputation or visibility on the global landscape that makes it easy for them to attract international students, for example. So that can be a barrier or a challenge that may affect some countries. On the other hand, some countries can be a little too successful in attracting international talent and face new challenges. So I live and work in the Netherlands, and there's a very interesting national debate going on there about the extent to which higher education should be offering courses in English, which is an attractor for international students for a whole lot of reasons. There are questions about that. But also in being successful in attracting international students, we're also facing a very serious student housing shortage and crisis. So that is a very, I think, particular challenge that certain countries and cities may face when it comes to this dynamic. I think there are two that spring immediately to mind, and then there are lots of spin-offs from that. I think certainly an openness to understand that there is a world out there, and whether I am a nurse or an accountant or a diplomat, there are things that are happening in the world that have an impact on my profession, on how I live in the world, and on some level, and it will be different from discipline to discipline, I need to be aware of those things. I need to be competent as an operator in my specific field to know how to work with those cultural differences that I may encounter, with the global trends that may have an impact on the work that I do. So an openness to understanding that that is a reality of our time is certainly important. A Poland expert, so I think what I'm witnessing here is a very, very appropriate and thoughtful approach, which is to both consult and reflect and discuss internally across a broad range of stakeholders, as well as scan the environment in the immediate neighborhood of Poland, in the larger European context, and more globally, to see what others are doing, to try and understand where Poland falls on a continuum of development of strategy and activity, how that can compare to what others have done, what they can learn from that. So I think really being, as I say, open to the world and to other experiences will do a lot to inform the Polish experience, but also being true to what's right and correct for Poland at this time, I think is really important. I heard one very interesting comment in one of the sessions today that really pointed a finger at the idea of connecting with the Polish diaspora. And I think that's a very, very interesting and strategic line of action for Poland to consider as well in the midst of everything else.
My name is Minna Kelha. I'm from Finland, and my institution is the National Agency for Education of Finland. In Finland, we have a habit to jointly prepare every strategy thoroughly. We have our stakeholders, we have our partners, we have business life, we have students, we have researchers with us to prepare the strategies. And that is one thing that I hope that I did bring to this crowd of people, because when you jointly prepare the strategy, then you jointly commit to the strategy, and you also have joint understanding what kind of goals and challenges you do have. We had it's not that long, the history. I think we had our first national strategy in 2009. The first main goal is to attract foreign students, foreign researchers to Finland. The other goal is to export our education to other countries. I think those are the main goals we do have. I do think everybody should be a part of the global project. I don't think it depends on individuals' skills, or we should all be part of the global project, not just the ones who are somehow capable of doing something, or we should all be a part of the global community, so to say. Maybe, as I said earlier, when you are now preparing your first strategy of internationalization, as I said earlier, also the joint preparation is the key, and also to have these concrete measures which you can follow up in your strategy. I think these are the advice. I expect to learn about Poland and its path to internationalization.
Szanowni Państwo, w dyskusji o strategii umiędzynarodowienia nauki nie mogło zabraknąć tematu uniwersytetów europejskich.
Ladies and gentlemen, the discussion on the strategy of internationalization of science could not miss out the topic of European universities.
Jesienią tego roku liczba polskich uczelni działających w tej inicjatywie zwiększy się do 33.
This autumn, the number of Polish universities operating in the initiative will increase to 33.
W Europie funkcjonować będą więc aż 64 konsorcja szkół wyższych, łączące 560 instytucji szkolnictwa wyższego z 35 krajów.
In Europe, there will be as many as 64 consortia of higher education institutions, connecting 560 higher education institutions from 35 countries.
Jak w takiej sieci powiązań i współpracy o niebywałej skali odnajdują się polscy naukowcy? I na ile współpraca naukowa w ramach sojuszy powinna być wspierana na poziomie uczelnianym i krajowym?
How do Polish scientists find their way in such a network of connections and cooperation on an unprecedented scale? And to what extent should scientific cooperation within alliances be supported at the university and national level?
Do dyskusji na ten temat zaproszenie przyjęli przedstawiciele 3 konsorcjów.
Representatives of 3 consortia accepted the invitation to discuss the topic.
Doktor habilitowana Anna Jurkowska-Zeidler, profesor Uniwersytetu Gdańskiego, prorektor do spraw współpracy międzynarodowej Uniwersytetu Gdańskiego, reprezentująca konsorcjum Europejskiego Uniwersytetu Nadmorskiego.
Professor Anna Jurkowska-Zeidler, Vice Rector for International Cooperation at the University of Gdańsk, representing the consortium of the European University of the Seas.
Profesor dr habilitowany Tomasz Pietrzykowski, prorektor do spraw współpracy międzynarodowej i krajowej Uniwersytetu Śląskiego w Katowicach, reprezentujący konsorcjum Transform for Europe.
Professor Tomasz Pietrzykowski, Vice Rector for International and Domestic Cooperation at the University of Silesia, representing the Transform for Europe Consortium.
Oraz doktor habilitowany Krzysztof Wasilewski, profesor Politechniki Koszalińskiej, prorektor do spraw kształcenia, koordynator EU for Dual na Politechnice Koszalińskiej, kierownik Katedry Studiów Regionalnych i Europejskich na Wydziale Humanistycznym Politechniki Koszalińskiej.
Professor Krzysztof Wasilewski, Vice Rector for Education at Koszalin University of Technology, EU for Dual Alliance Coordinator at Koszalin University of Technology, Head of the Regional and European Studies Department at the Faculty of Humanities. Excuse me.
Dyskusję w języku polskim poprowadzi doktor habilitowany Dominik Antonowicz, profesor Uniwersytetu Mikołaja Kopernika w Toruniu, kierownik Katedry Badań nad Nauką i Szkolnictwem Wyższym, członek Rady Narodowej Agencji Wymiany Akademickiej.
The discussion in Polish will be conducted by Professor Dominik Antonowicz, the Chair of Department of Science and Higher Education, Nicolaus Copernicus University, also a member of the Council of NAWA.
Dzień dobry Państwu, witamy bardzo serdecznie, dziękujemy za obecność w najtrudniejszym slocie lunchowym. Postaramy się, żeby dyskusja była możliwie atrakcyjna i dynamiczna, więc przechodzimy do pierwszego pytania, które wynika z tematu. Czy badania prowadzone z partnerami w ramach uniwersytetów europejskich powinny mieć w polityce instytucjonalnej, czyli w decyzjach prorektorów,
prioritized in your institutional strategies of your universities, or other factors should decide it? Because if on the one hand we have the efficiency of the cooperation with partners outside European universities and institutional partners on the other hand, how shall we choose between them? Let's start with Madam Rector. Yeah, it's a difficult question, so we will start with you. Good afternoon. I'm delighted of this really intimate panel that we are having here, but we hope you can give us energy because outside it's a beautiful day and I tried to convince everyone to move outside for our panel. But unfortunately we are here in this room, but however the subject is really important also from the point of the view of the alliances. Today I was absolutely delighted by the words of Professor David, because this is exactly my understanding of internationalization. I remember Rector Stemkowski once suggested me to build the university of my dreams, and back then I had no doubts that I wanted to enter this project. And partially I could live this my dream in the European University, but we needed really to do a lot of strategic work to answer what the internalization meant to us, how we wanted to do it, how after all that, embed it in the project of European University, which is an Erasmus project with mostly teaching mission, and the research component thus is the smallest. So I always challenge my pro-rector for research, whether in my CEU alliance, research, teaching, education, whether they should have the same priorities. And I know now that we will never build this research component. The researchers themselves told us this here today with a top-down approach. It will never be successful. We've already tried to do so with the mapping of
strategic fields, which is not difficult because the acronym of My Alliance will show you what are our key research, which is sea and earth and sustainability. Later on, perhaps I will tell you what we succeeded in, what we didn't succeed in. And now we are rather not prioritizing research in our alliance, but rather we want to build international infrastructure, international university infrastructure that the researchers can use. Today it was said that researchers must do scientific decisions and they must select their fellow researchers for the cooperation because we cannot impose it to anyone. Perhaps the people don't like themselves. We must be open as a university and we must really hope that people will have personal relationships and that these relations then can translate into work relations. But I also have some negative sides between two rectors. One is for and the other is against. So I need really to be very objective in presenting all those rationales. We need to have time. It's, the results will not come immediately. You know how much time it is needed to get to know your partners, to get to know what they do, to send the researchers for staff weeks or job shadowings or Erasmus project.
Trochę trzeba zasiać i patrzeć, gdzie
Sometimes
wyrośnie. Gdzie wyrośnie
we
ładnie,
need to
tam po
just
prostu wtedy nie chcę
try to do
podlewać,
something
tylko
and
wzmacniać
then
i ułatwiać.
reinforce and facilitate and see and watch what the results are going to be. And today is a very special day when we can show a scientific project in which we succeeded outside the project of the University Alliance. Because today Oceania
razem z naszym statkiem badawczym, dzielnym oceanografem, robił wspólnie projekt w ramach CEU, Balt Arctic Cruise. Oba statki płynęły na Arktykę, nasz tylko pod koło podbiegunowe, ale przekroczyliśmy granicę Arktyki. Oceania wróciła dopiero teraz i to jest taki przykład, który był finansowany przez nas. Naukowcy sami chcieli go trochę zrobić, ponieważ poprzedni rejs zrobiliśmy do Kadyksu oceanografem i okazał się bardzo dużym sukcesem. A też był napędzany, co jest najciekawsze, przez ciekawość naukową, ponieważ nasi naukowcy razem z oceanografami z Instytutu Oceanologii zastanawiali się, gdzie sięga Bałtyk. Czyli wziął się ten pomysł naukowy z takiego cudownej, dziecięcej ciekawości, gdzie jest ostatnia fala Bałtyku i oczywiście to tak bardzo poetycko brzmi, a tak w rzeczywistości to jak naśmiecimy, to gdzie to wyląduje, tak? Tak chciałam powiedzieć. I czy się wyczyści. Więc pogodzenie tego czynnika naukowego z tego oczywiście, co dzisiaj tutaj mówiliśmy, z potrzebą infrastruktury, pieniędzy na badania, a tego, co mamy w uniwersytecie, to myślę, że mamy mało, ale powinniśmy bardzo uważnie wtedy celować w tę współpracę i je bardzo wspierać i na pewno nic naukowcom nie narzucać, bo to się na pewno nie uda.
Krzysztof, jeżeli mogę Ciebie zapytać o zupełnie coś innego. Do kogo skierowana jest oferta u Ciebie w uczelni uniwersytetów europejskich, a do kogo nie jest skierowana?
Who can use it?
Z kim trudno się komunikuje?
And where this communication is a bit difficult. A difficult question. Firstly, I would like to greet the pro-rector of the University of Technology of Koszalin. If he's watching us, I hope I will be well seen and perceived by our authorities. Our alliance is
has as its priority developing dual and practical degrees, and then it translates into research. The research that we want to do and that we do are application studies, but also cooperative studies, which we do also with external partners, which are business world and local governments, so that the outcome can serve our society, of our town, or our region, and so on. Before we entered the alliance, we were one of these universities who were the founder of the alliance. There were a group of people in our university who even before had very large networking with other researchers, dozens of people more or less who were very good at doing projects together internationally. But also we had another group of people who just couldn't make the first step toward the international cooperation, and this European university really helped us in this sense, because we immediately had a specific offer with partners, with agreements, with research projects that we had to implement. So our researchers who wanted to and who want to go international, who want to be in international projects, well, their life is easier since they can use a ready list of contacts, of partners, and research fields which we prioritize in our University of Koszalin, but also in the Alliance, because the strategy, development strategy that we adopted last year was then mainstreamed with our current conditions. And we indicated these fields, priority fields, to be efficient in spending money and not to be an institution that has no contact with the real world, but conversely, an institution that is very well incorporated within the local reality. So who is the target group of our projects? It surely is a very inclusive mechanism, instrument, because anyone who is interested can find something for themselves. We've always tried to have these fields as bridges between different disciplines. We have the right to give doctoral degrees in 6 disciplines, in mathematics, in engineering, but also in arts. And our director is very careful about giving chances, opportunities to all to participate to such projects. So we are not seeing these projects as our priorities, what we do in EU4Dual, but still we want to encourage our staff to use it. And an excellent program is NAWA Intervention Grant. Every university can only apply with 3 requests, with 3 applications. So this year we wanted to do it a priority together with EU4Dual partners, and it immediately brought advantages to all people who wanted to apply to be in it. Good afternoon. Well, I asked for the floor because while listening to both rectors, I thought that between these 2 questions, whether to prioritize or not, and who is target group
firstly of such project of the European universities, there is a strict link because prioritizing by itself is by no means possible because in each one of our universities, we have some background, we have some previous contacts, people have their relationships even before international contacts. And after, this idea steps into this reality. And moreover, these people are the more valuable in the university. If we want to impose them strict rules, then now we are doing it otherwise. So what you have as your partners now have to be postponed. It would really make damage to the university. Me being the researcher before the European University, before I get into the authorities, I didn't care about what the rectors did, what the strategy said. I was in my field, I was with my partners, with my relations, contacts and networks, and when they told me then that I couldn't go in some place and do the research because the university had other priorities, I really would be very against such approach. So it is difficult to impose things to researchers, but I would even say more. We are the extreme opposition of a military formation. All of us, we treat ourselves as the center of the universe, and around us there are some other elements which are completely useless, completely insignificant, and we can surely ignore them. So we are very resistant to pressure in this sense. And this negative effect is multiplied by it. Instead of prioritizing, then, what would be really a softer form of it would be stimulating new ideas, new cooperations, and the target group are the not the best one, not the worst one, because the best one will go on irrespectively of what we do. The worst one, those who really cannot be helped by anyone. But in the middle, there is this huge group of people, like we are speaking in Erasmus mobility terms. We had 1%, even before top 1% before Erasmus, who still went to scholarships, Fulbright, and so on. But they were really committed to go. With Erasmus, we could widen this and extend all this to this middle group, which is much larger. And the same can be done with European universities. Now, it's more easier for those who otherwise couldn't do it, but they are still talented, they can do things, but it's a kind of leverage that we can give them as a kind of help. So it would be something on top of it and not instead of what we have always done. So an accessory way of proceeding.
Co działało? Czy Tomek, mógłbyś powiedzieć, w związku z tym, że większość, tu widzę Państwa, przede wszystkim cieszę się, że w przeciwieństwie do innych panelów raczej liczba maleje, to u nas liczba rośnie. Staramy się utrzymać ten trend. Czy mógłbyś wskazać inicjatywę, która Twoim zdaniem szczególnie zadziałała, a być może początkowo myślałeś, albo byłeś sceptyczny, jeżeli chodzi o Uniwersytet Śląski, bo też tutaj jesteśmy po to, żeby dzielić się wiedzą. Czy coś, co, no jakby dzielimy się wiedzą w sensie sharing good practice, nie? Co takiego na Uniwersytecie Śląskim zadziałało, z czym można byłoby jakby zaadoptować, czy tam w jakiś sposób no właśnie, zaadoptować w innych uczelniach. Wiadomo, że każda z nich jest inna, ale i jakby jest każdy swoje uniwersum, ale na pewno jest coś takiego, czym warto się pochwalić.
Yet, at the same time, they are networked in a way. So your inspirations might also play out well to the benefit of others. Let me reverse this image. I'm not the person who doesn't like to boast, yet let me draw your attention to something a bit more ambivalent. That is something that which is not success, nor is it a failure. We were really hungry after the period of the pandemic. We were very hungry for shortcuts. We wanted to speed things up in order to develop some mechanisms for scientists' matchmaking, scholars' matchmaking, the ones who are very much alike, who are like-minded, and act in similar discipline fields, just to shorten this period of mere reconnaissance. We wanted to add some new catalysts to that, and it failed. Within the alliance, we did it within the alliance. We thought to ourselves we would go for it with a series of online meetings. In-person meetings would follow. Partnering tool was also in our repertoire. So we thought that if we would say to people, that's your pool of potential partners, then it will just go on naturally. It did not. I'm not saying it won't. It will never go, as I consider it an inevitable process, especially given the very characteristics of any alliance, because the initiative itself needs to mature. And it must have been much premature to go without. This is no magic wand. There were problems, and now there won't be any problems as we've got the silver bullet. No, this is an escalator. And just imagine it. Look at the Frankfurt University. There are distances out there, but you're not only restricted to walk. You can resort to escalators as well. But the very road is very similar. And you have to take care of all the items involved, like funding, administrative issues. On many sides of this equation, that needs to be catered to, that needs to be taken care of with much meticulosity on the part of the universities involved. We need to support various efforts on the part of various people, yet problems remain, as they would always be.
To może tylko jeszcze wrócę jednym zdaniem do pierwszego pytania, bo ja tu nie widzę
Let me pick up on question number one. We may act within the European Universities Alliance and at the same time be perfectly active in the extra-European region. This marriage is possible. If there are certain fields that have been mapped, and they have been mapped, as there must have been some basis for that, given the interests of scholars, etc. If there is a research staff, they don't stand a choice to change their discipline, core discipline, or maybe stick to that. These two sides can be put in sync.
W ramach sojuszu. Natomiast
all the things can be included within the alliance. Well, success and failure. Speaking success and failure, we managed to have the matchmaking, to have it done. Our university has one trump card, namely we could organize some meetings in Mielno, a seaside location. Therefore, only think what kind of benefits can be associated with that. For interpersonal contacts, for matchmaking, for breaking the ice, dismissing distrust Well, we were quite apt at
byłem
that.
zaskoczony, bo wydawało mi się, że więcej będziemy mieć projektów
I was a bit surprised because initially I had thought we would have more projects from departments that I considered more open. However, other departments perform well as well, counter to my prior assumption, that is, they stick more to their traditionalist inclinations.
Bardzo dobrze sobie od początku radzi Wydział Inżynierii Lądowej, Środowiska i
Civil Engineering Department, GeoTZ Department, they did particularly well in this respect. Other departments also had some room for improvement, and now they also have an established benchmark. So now from the perspective of our scholars, what was important, it was important to go for study tours to our partners, just to forge some bonds, just to have a look at the actual university locations. But at the same time, what was very, very important was that it helped them believe in themselves. Facilities in other countries are in essence very similar to ours. Infrastructure is very similar to ours. It's very, very much akin. Those who are active in Germany do similar things to what our scholars do in Koszalin. So we are the middlemen of science, yet we manage to believe that we are not only middlemen, we are middlemen who can take pride in their accomplishments abroad as well. So we've been in the alliance for 2 years now, and the alliance has lasted for 3 years. There were more applications and grants that we eventually received, and this may be a discouragement for some. We welcomed our alliance got the funding, and on that occasion, scholars finally grasped there are funds for research. Okay, so I will gladly take on that. Who do I want to partner with? It was complicated in itself, so we decided to explore various avenues to show ourselves in between the circle of 9 universities. We wanted to mark our presence as an active partner, thanks to our director and NAWA agency. We managed to secure funds to this end in order for the ideas of our staff to come true, to be implemented, and to have funds allocated. We wanted this very pioneering project to go for the application for European grants. Still, we need to wait for the final outcome of this procedure. However, most importantly, for science, I need to stress that many of the staff members eventually saw what we do is very much in line with what our peers do in other countries. It is in a moment that I am going to reply to what Tomasz said. Tomasz is a keen panelist, obviously, yet Krzysztof raised a very interesting question, which pertains to all of us, as we all are active as rectors of universities, and we are also active in the University Internationalisation Council. We won our competition back in 2019, i.e. we were the first ones, and now we know how to do the university. And I can still recall my baby steps. I can recall my initial encounters and a bit of surprise on the faces of my talking partners. Some said this would all be linked with huge work, and now we've got the basis, we've got the analytical basis, and we want to have one. Now we do, and the Horizon project, Research EU, as the project went by, we mapped measurement equipment, and we managed to measure with attributed parameters where we are strong, what are our strengths, and out of 23, 20 disciplines are the fields where we are stronger at. And we've got partners. So that's something. Then we developed a research database where we insert research groups from various universities. Well, those who were most committed, they were the first ones to insert themselves in the list.
And having fun storming the castle, nie? To się do dzisiaj trochę nie udało.
And there are others who are not that
nie wolno się
keen,
zniechęcać, bo tak jak Tomasz mówił o tych naukowcach,
the
naszych
ones from
lokalnych
our partners
noblistach,
from
Tomek, no
Kiel.
to są też po co jest CEU. No nie jest im potrzebne. Ale
why would they be interested in CEU? They don't need that. But if there is some young stuff, then they can look for these measurement equipment, and there they go. The second part of the project was something that no one would think it would go. We've got research done, we've got works in the pipeline in full swing, and now there are 3 people coming, new people coming, and it turned out eventually, in our case, that they were a bandwagon. Thanks to them, we jumped on this bandwagon, and with our GARF, we make most of our projects. They filled in the databases within 2 days, and now we've got a total of 516 research groups, and that's something that is pearl in our crown, and Kasia is the one taking care of it. This is our director of the science office, and we decided to be supportive of that with micro grants, with seed grants, and they are very happy that this mobility is out there. And let me now reply, Tomasz. Who does it? Who does this all serve? Middlemen amongst scholars? Well, I won't use this term. This is for anyone who would like to take advantage. Who does take advantage of that? Those who take advantage are young scholars. And geography plays to our favor for CEU because we are in most attractive places where everyone would like to go for vacation. We are present in seaside resorts like Split, Cadix, Naples, other locations, and this is exceptionally helpful. And the fact that we beaver away at that, and we support mobility just for the reconnaissance purpose, and then mobility is understood as something which is quality related. And I will fund that from CEU or Erasmus. We were very strong in funding all Erasmus activities. We even had additional points for participation in CEU. Whether or not a vice rector for the matters of science took part in microgrants or not, etc. And what we managed to achieve this year. Let me make a case. It turned out that young scientists very often go for publications collectively. And there are very many publications from various departments crafted by our young scholars. We organized a European Campus Live
An
being CEU conference, what does it mean to me to be CEU? We wanted to target on partnerships. We wanted them to target somebody to partner for publications, all to be crowned by an excursion to Malta. Even senior scholars decided to pair up with junior scholars, and that's the kind of impact Malta has in them, apparently. I've got even a witness to that. We had 50 spots for the Congress. This many people came from every university. There was a whole plane of scholars coming from one university, from another one, from Naples. There was a whole train, junior scholars with their mentors, collective publications. And this was the first time they actually came to know what Alliance stands for. And we were inundated with questions if there is any continuation envisioned. Fingers crossed, there is some follow-up. There's been some follow-up in terms of the scientific publications, in terms of research groups. Our next step would be to develop a grant system in this environment for those people to establish research groups. For this research base, we mustn't only have domestic groups, there should be instead international groups all together. So those who are domestic need to find their alliances. Others have already had their pairs. We want to have as many pairs as possible, and there should be one step towards building up partnerships. Let's really talk about universities, academia, science, and not teaching. And teaching was very much stressed by Professor De Witt. This is where many things start with.
Chcę wyraźnie to powiedzieć, bo to widać po spotkaniach eksperckich. Dzięki NAWie także jest komponent weryfikacji.
We've got catamaran prom, these are our programs. And we see it because if I organize a scheme, I need to know my goals. How does it fit into the sustainability, sustainable development goals? And what does the quality mean? The quality is very often decided by the actual scholars who have their accomplishments in a given scientific discipline. And these are eventually our ambassadors. They trumpet about what we can do. Teaching Erasmus this is all very important. If we are good at teaching and if we want to excel at teaching, we need to be all guided by our research, by our researchers. They need to be our key speakers. The evaluation of our study program will be subject to the evaluation with the use of totally different sets of criteria. The university needs to be looked at in a holistic manner, that is teaching and science going hand in hand.
Zachęcał nas tu, przyznam, tak kuluarowo trochę prowadzący do tego, żeby to nie tylko były odpowiedzi na jego pytania, tylko też trochę, żeby wejść w formułę pewnego dialogu wewnątrz panelu, więc ja się chciałem, że tak powiem, odnieść do tego, gdzie jesteśmy i trochę jakby pro domo sua pobronić tego, co powiedziałem, bo ja wychodzę tutaj na takiego trochę malcontento sceptyka na tle koleżanki i kolegi, ale wyjaśnię, o co mi chodzi. Mianowicie, znaczy, my jesteśmy z grubsza oczywiście na jakby podobnym etapie pomysłów, prawda? Jakby realizacji, że tu organizujemy, prawda, jakieś wydarzenia.
Stage, we organize events. Yes, please do come if you are interested within the alliance, that we can have a discussion with our experts, industrial heritage or something like that. So we'll try to attract them to be appealing with all the offer that European University can give, and it is working. There are more and more people who are interested, who have positive answer to such an offer. But I would say we are still at the incubation phase, when we need to stimulate it a bit artificially, because you might think of another Malta, and probably we will even have more people coming. But once we are mature, people should come to you and tell you, okay, now we go to Malta because we already agreed between ourselves, and please come with us, you, Madam Rector, since you were the mother of this idea. Yes, they are already inviting me to such events. Okay, so that means it already got to the maturity stage, when no more the office is needed or coordinators are needed. So it's difficult to take a shortcut. I mean, when everyone is contagious and already matched with their partners and so on and so forth, our support must, and it is a good thing, it must end. And after, you must do it autonomously, like the others who are outside the alliance. We have done our part, and now we can wait for the outcomes that must come from you. And we are still at this phase. But I think that's exactly what we are talking about. We already did a lot to promote, to communicate, and now we are just seated and waiting for the invitation or offering our help if any help is needed. Because, yeah, sometimes we complain, okay, we've done all these things, and now show me your results. We can't see the results yet. We are working on the results, and the evaluation perhaps will go on and will need some more time, but we must not lose the enthusiasm. We must have the leadership to go and get it and have new instruments to support all these activities. Yeah, we promised that we will allow questions from the audience, and we still.
Pytanie jest bardzo konkretne. Jaka jest rola na tym etapie, na którym jesteśmy? Czy państwo są, czy my jesteśmy wszyscy? Jaka jest rola prorektorów? I zaczynamy od Krzysztofa i jedziemy do...
Vice rectors, let's start with Krzysztof.
Dwie na koniec. Jaka jest rola prorektora?
What is the role of the vice rector? You who are in charge of the alliance. What are your challenges now? Once the agreement is already signed, you've done your Malta, you've done your heritage, but what next? Yes, be seated and waiting. Yeah, that's a good role, but what else? When the alliance were initiated in 2019, and now you already overcome the most difficult phase, it means for me that I still have a lot of things to do. Yes, we have also
dzięki której tak naprawdę ten uniwersytet powstał, bo jak pani rektor powiedziała, że robimy i próbujemy, no to nikt nie miał wyjścia i trzeba było zrobić.
Because she decided that we needed to do it, so we had to simply. I am in charge for teaching, and the international cooperation was also given to my realm, and the phase we are are in as University of Technology of Koszalin, it's 80% of our time that we must dedicate to the EU4Dual Alliance. But what are the biggest challenges that you are seeing now? How to encourage people, and it is not a purely scientific aspect, but how to select and retain people who will do it on a daily basis, like working on joint degrees or joint curricula or other mechanisms that needed to be built. And before we build them, we need to work on the idea itself. So I'm really struggling with all these critics who say it's been 6 months that we've been seeing each other and no results yet. And I need to repeat, yes, the results will come. We need to be patient. We need to give it more time. At the pace of our work, it is what I must be confronted with myself and my other colleagues. And it is a huge workload for the administration staff as well, because they need to do it on the operational level. A lot of teachers are very committed through the research aspect is a kind of bridge that allows them to enter the field, establishing a research group and this incremental growth. Once they are operational, it's more difficult for them to refuse. And if I ask them, yes, please enter this mobility aspect also, since you are already doing it. Now, the administration itself, or coordinating the activities, is also important. We have 9 operational packages. The structure was shaped by our coordinator from the Basque Country, that every operational package is split into committees and subcommittees, and all our universities are regional. The biggest is an association of 6 German universities with a lot of human resources, but we also have another university that as a whole has 300 people, all included, administration and so on. So one person must do the work of 3 or 4 people. Now, I believe that in 3-4 years we can be relieved and we can have more time for this more specialist kind of business. Now it's just building a university from the very beginning. So you can easily imagine how much work we need to do. And every one of our partners, they are not very advanced in international terms. So we struggle with similar problems like communication, like aligning what is being done in different operational packages. The universities who previously participated in this program, well, they can show us the mistakes that they made, but we must do our mistakes by ourselves. Normally, it works like that. And it's also the gaps that we have. Somebody resigned or someone else got a grant, so we need to replace them. So a lot of things like that. Yeah, this committee kind of disease was suffered by every alliance, surely.
Wydawało się, że większość członków jest przeciw,
ale koordynator
korzystając ze swojej władzy narzucił
against, but it was imposed by the coordinator. Everybody said it will not work. It will not work, but once one committee was established, then another one was born, and another one was born, and now we don't know even how many of them we have. 5 minutes? Okay.
No ja w moim sojuszu dbam o
So
relacje.
in my alliance, I'm in charge of relations, and you perhaps you know that,
znam sytuację w wszystkich partnerskich
and you can
uniwersytetach
appreciate
lepiej niż
that.
oni sami.
I can even tell what the situation in a particular university is,
u mnie dużym zagrożeniem dla stabilności, najbardziej się boimy utraty dynamiki wydarzeń. Znaczy ja się bardzo tego boję. I jak sobie czasami uświadamiam, że CU to jest jeszcze 2,5 roku, to bardzo się boję, co będzie po deliverables i milestones i czy coś z tego dostanie. Więc bardzo teraz się fokusuję na tym, żeby się okopać projektowo bardzo mocno z tym, którzy chcą z nami iść. Robimy razem Widerę i co ciekawe robimy Widerę nie tylko z CU, ale z 3 innymi sojuszami. To jest projekt naukowy wspierający karierę młodych naukowców. Więc teraz robię to i bardzo staram się, i to jest też taki coś, co chcę na koniec powiedzieć. A mianowicie to jest to, że nauka nie jest samotną wyspą. Ona też jest po coś. I właśnie nasze projekty uniwersytetów europejskich, każde mają unikatowy obszar badawczy. Jesteśmy też, zauważcie, super geograficznie i interdyscyplinarnie umocowani. Więc jest to wspaniały czas dla tych osób, które widzą swoje badania szerzej, widzą w ogóle współpracę i naukę inaczej. Być może zmienia się model uprawiania nauki, bo ona powinna być bardziej zaangażowana społecznie i ona powinna mieć jakiś efekt. I dlatego dzisiaj pytamy po to, cudowne są te badania. Tylko gdzie jest zaangażowanie społeczne? To znaczy, gdzie jest ta rola na końcu? I my przekonujemy tych naukowców, robimy bardzo dużo na temat zrównoważonego rozwoju. Okazuje się, że bardzo wspaniale, znowu nieproszeni, zaczęły działać nasze centra, takie networkujemy, centra zrównoważonego rozwoju, które robią sobie wspólne konferencje zupełnie poza nami.
Fantastically,
and they are absolutely independent from us. They do conferences
like also the centers of research on the borders, like on the immigrants, refugees. We have beautiful gender studies also in our CU. It's a beautiful thing. People who want to do networking, that's the only way they can do it. That's the only way they are able to do it. Obviously, it translates into citations also, but this is the kind of university that I really love, a university that not only disseminates knowledge and science, but it makes us involved, and we want to get back to lifelong learning. We want to get back to the true value of a scientist, of a researcher. And what I do on a daily basis in my alliance, the cooperation between the harbor, the city and the university, because the cities needs us, the harbor needs us, and we have all similar problems. And I'm very happy with our Mayor Dulkiewicz and the president of our harbors. They want to meet Kiel, the city of Kiel, who has the strategy, education for the city, education for the society, education for smart cities,
liczę na to, że jak się skończy finansowanie, to my będziemy płynąć dalej.
Areas. And I hope that even if finance is over and funding is over, we can go on.
Life changes science. That's our catchphrase, that's our motive. And I need to confess one thing. No one really told us that there would be a question about the role of deputy rectors, so we are now improvising. But it made me realize that with this retrospective look, what kind of role we assumed. Well, there is an element of absurdity in it. Initially, our role was a bit different. Our role, that is our role, including ourselves and our partners, our colleagues. What did we do? We needed to actually mastermind what university is supposed to be doing, having no knowledge whatsoever what this might be connected to. We thought initially we could have a mobility week. We won't be giving classes in order to facilitate infrastructure, etc. We could not really imagine how many obstacles there will eventually be. So we needed to be creative. We needed to be thinking out things, making things up. So it was not a role of a deputy rector whatsoever, because we were not omni-scientists. Enthusiasts pioneered this work, others followed. Still, they were rather reluctant because they had not real knowledge about the particulars of this very project. So, we were making things up, we were thinking what kind of content can there be for this understanding of a university. And there was a later attempt to have some organizational infrastructure to underpin all this. Okay, we got something, and now, after the passage of time, after once some months passed, we narrowed down the scope of the project to maximize our chances to gain funding from the perspective, having to look at the things from the perspective of our stakeholders. And many people were gobsmacked how to do it. So, willing to make it something in sync with reality was another very vital role on the part of deputy directors, something which was equally important as our role number one. And now, the third stage starts, that is, how to ensure funding once the previous streams of funding terminate, just for us to stay as an alliance, to stay fit as an alliance, if the Commission stops allocating funds for our sake. So this is not a decent understanding of the role we have as an alliance. So our actual weakness, or the weakness of the idea germinated by the European Commission, is project-based funding. Something which is essentially set for a few years, i.e. a closed period of time with deliverables attached. So we are not developing universities. We are implementing projects, hoping there will be some solid foundations laid, sustainable enough, even if this project-based approach comes to termination. So our role should be to lobby for a change in the next programming period. We should lobby for labeling our initiative as successful, so that it is funded on another basis, not on the basis of the very project, but some lump sum that would be assigned for ourselves or our directors. So you've got this particular amount of money, you get it, you are the beneficiary, yet you need to declare what you will make out of it. And we need to remember life changes. Science and the life of universities in Europe. Hopefully there will be some positive initiatives on the part of Polish presidency in the EU Council, as it will have this opportunity to guarantee solid funding for the science as such. All right, so we are now bringing this conversation to a close, and we want to give you the floor to speak up, ask ourselves questions, or maybe give us some testimony of faith in the European Universities project. I'm not myself a deputy director. I'm a rector's proxy, or I used to be a rector's proxy. There are two deputy directors who are listening to my utterance. I've got two comments that I wanted to share with you. My comment number one: this is not the European Commission that should be supposed to be funding the European universities. Instead, it should be the role and the part of EU member states, because this is us investing large sums of money in universities in this initiative. And there is this few additional, or 14 additional million of euro that helps us develop universities. So this is one thing, but another is, in reference to what Ania and Tomek said beforehand, this boat, this is somewhat happening next to a university. Everything is now happening in parallel to a university, because our institutions are now parts of a larger body. One of my dreams is I have managed to introduce the logo of EDUP, this research university internal scholarship scheme, and there is this third logo that is HR, and now we negotiate on the fourth logo, but that's going to be communicated tomorrow. Yet, let us now think about the following. The fact is that having this identity with the European universities is rather absent. The very identification with a university is rather absent. The identification go along the line with the Institute of Physics, for instance. So we need to have Una Europa as our affiliation for publication purposes, because this is something that we are approaching jointly. This pool which we have at hand is something very precious. If we file applications for European grants at a university, in this or another setting, we can resort to support of our partners. Those seeking ERC grants can gain some advantage based on consultations with other universities who have been beneficiaries of ERC grants on plenty of occasions. Our partners may have excelled at that. We have not as of now. So these consultations are very valuable, and we need to start thinking about alliances or communities of universities. We need to think about them as common bodies which come in very handy in various conditions. That's something that we are also ambassadors of, that we need to identify with, and we go beyond our research group or our university and partake also in the works of a European Universities Alliance.
Tomasz Poprawka, Biuro Polska
Tomasz Poprawka, Polish office of Polish Academy of Sciences in Brussels. I was listening to conversation rather gladly. And now I would like to ask you for the following thing. Can you tell us what's been your greatest success? Research-wise, that could have been achieved thanks to the universities' alliances. From the perspective of working for the Polish academic community, from this perspective, I'd like to discover if you are now convinced this network works and can be of help. Or maybe there are some missing elements, so that you could fully take advantage of this partnership. We are improving, yet it is still far from satisfactory, and we still don't have as many accomplishments as our partners from KU Leuven. And there was also Adam raising his hand, as if he wanted to take the floor. Adam, University of Warsaw, NAWA Council. I've got a slightly a question which is very complementary to the previous one, but also going a bit beyond. You said that university needed to be thought of from scratch. Another question is, what next? And this stands somewhat contrary to first sowing and then harvesting. And once we harvest, we see that there is some mature product which is ready. That's the concept of a university, a European university, as seen as a seed fund. Okay? That we need to leave it be and see what happens to it. It's hard to imagine we will have as many as 400 various grant schemes in Europe allocating funds. So what's your idea? What's your idea for European universities? In what manner should they become more integrated, more intertwined? Do you have any ideas how to make it happen in your networks? Well, so let's connect the dots and those questions. This question is central, and those questions very nicely sum up what our challenges actually are. We are trying to be research-driven, yet what is a bit of a hiccup is the very beginning of our initiative, that is Erasmus program funding. It went with a number of limitations for what we can do with the money we have, and the money came from the European Commission, and that's the only money that we can fund our extracurricular activity from. This was largely bemoaned from the very start. The further competitions, further calls followed within the Horizon program. They were, however, meant to set the framework conditions for cooperation. And now we are at a moment in time where we can, so to say, make this grassroots initiative grow further. And Staszek is right, up to a degree, when he says anything which happens at our university should be treated as events which are parts of European universities. Well, it is true, still, if we look at it in analytical terms, if we assess what we have managed to do and where we have failed, some endeavors were possible thanks to the fact that there has been the European Universities Alliance and others that happened irrespective of whether or not we are members in the alliance. What kind of proportions there are in between those two groups? University was once connected to this alliance, that's fact, and in 2 or 3 years from now we will see actual fruit of this initiative. It is still a bit premature to see whether the outcomes are tangible, right? Because there is still some distance that we need to cover. So that's the stage we are at with these developments. On another end, we shouldn't have this false conviction that it will only happen by itself automatically. We have already sown something and will bear fruit now. This is not entirely true. This is not something that you organize once and then you just profit from it. No, we need to have some institutional backing plus institutional funding. Without institutional backing and funding, we won't have this kind of cooperation in the future. It will not be feasible, especially within poorer, non-research universities. And there is still very much treating this with a pinch of salt as regards money allocation on the part of our international partners. There is some systemic support for European Universities Alliance. Countries do contribute. Countries do contribute in an extra manner. But if universities are to invest their own funds, well, they are essentially very cautious. Bear in mind, this project terminates someday, and this date is set. So there is a bit of caution because it may one day come to end. Why would we invest money in it? Yet this is something that may hamstring the further progress of the initiative. So we are at a turning point. Our presidency in the Council should be a drive, but it may be too early to decide about what will happen in the coming 7 years.
So what was your greatest success? Well, if we talk science or research, we convinced all our partners to collect money, our own money, and establish a joint grant office. And we did it firstly to have a backup should this baseline funding is over. So we needed to have this joint office to have the best experts that we can find who will do their research and searching on behalf of the rectors to prepare this funding, but also for those who are a bit weaker in terms of success rate, which is the case of my university, would be to so our staff can learn from the most experienced ones. And even if the European Alliance one day is not going to be there anymore, they will have this knowledge and experience. So we wanted to collect this money, we want to have funding to be able to hire people and have them as our staff, which is very much important for us, especially then for the leaders of the program. And starting with you, Stanisław, because this is very much connected. In our case, another project, which was one of the first initiatives of the first round of this call, in which universities collected money, a great project, a research cruise from Gdańsk to Cadiz, now the same to the polar area and Oceania. With other colleagues from CU, a larger even cooperation. So how to fund it? It's no easy thing to find these resources, because if we see our European university as a project with all these packages and so on, or is it rather a strategic partnership that is going to shape the future of our university? And we know from data that the biggest beneficiaries are staff members, administrative staff members who are there, who are ready. We build great groups, teams who are ready to get on board on these adventures.
So now we have different partners, they have different pace and different speed, and sometimes we are seeing rectors, sometimes we are seeing office directors or managers, and we can see who is ready, who wants to get on board, who is not very ready yet, and now we are at the testing phase. The financing is what I said about sowing and harvesting, and we can now see which are our reliable partners, that we really can do our future together. We know who are our reliable partners to do the European degree perhaps together, and perhaps another initiative, build a good project office that for now is going to be financed with our internal university money, but you can see easily who is committed and who wants to come along. And I really was scared what was the future. Everybody asked me, what are you doing outside the project? Because otherwise there is no cooperation. No, that's not true. I dislike the word project in the European University. It's only a help. An assistance to change these milestone deliverables. Perhaps some of them will be useful, perhaps not, we don't know it yet, but we are changing our university, and that's my very deep conviction, and we need to find money for that, because we don't want to lose this dynamic. And the deputy rectors are the most dynamic in doing this search, because they know what are their partners, and the relations are key here. I think that Polish universities are the biggest fans of European universities. That's undoubtedly. We can see it within our alliance. Polish universities are committed 100%, while other universities, especially big ones who have a lot of different projects with better funding, sometimes Professor Kistryn said 14 billion euros for 9 universities is not just a huge lot of money. They treat this as one of a number of other initiatives. And whether we succeed or not, well, not a big deal. Here we can play our role, because we are really committed to the success of this initiative. This is not only an initiative that is aimed to some specific advantage or benefit. We want to learn also. We want to be together. We want to take part in what the European Union is proposing. In terms of purely scientific success or outcome, well, the laboratory base and the research that we do, we saw that we have the same level as our Western partners, but we learned to be interdisciplinary, because engineers and humanities representatives can be together and cooperate, using incremental growth, for instance, to revitalize the regional heritage. And these are examples that you can follow, taking example of our partners. Interdisciplinarity is a word that we have been using for years, but now we have seen it in practice, how it works, what fruits it can bring in our university. Engineers got to know the humanists, or sociologists get to know the art faculties. So
we also integrated inside, not only outside. There is this character in one of the fairy tales for children that always went abroad and far away to search for things that were really very close to him. Yeah, perhaps we can have one more question or one more comment from the audience. Mariola Zalewska, University of Warsaw. Very briefly, I had the pleasure to lead Erasmus Joint Master, which is a 4-year journey with beautiful partners of Copenhagen University, University of Milan, and I can offer help to everybody, any one of you who should need it. But my colleagues from Copenhagen say me, okay, what is your problem? What is your word? Well, we can call Brussels and find it out. So let me ask you this question. Would you consider to combine a lobby, not only on European level, but also national level, that you can be together and agree between yourselves and say, hey, ministry, would you please help us? Because we want to do it. There is money in Erasmus Joint Masters, and we still have this funding that can be available, accessible. Please apply for it. This is one of the best things that I lived in my professional career, and I will recommend it to all of you, and I will surely go to Malta if you invite me. Another comment before the break, please.
To ja tylko dodam, że wśród naszych partnerów
I
też
will
jest
only
Malta,
add that we have Malta among our partners too, and we had a congress in April, so please join us. But you do not have a ship, a boat.
Ostatni komentarz i
Okay. The last comment here. Mariusz Dubowski, University of Technology of Poznań, UNIS, European University. Speaking about combining teaching and research, in our case, what was the best practice was 21 curricula for the first 3 years for the first, second and third grade of degree, and identifying people who wanted to do it, not all universities at the same time, obviously, but this brought true academic cooperation, because this brought people together physically, and after they got to know each other, they could then do projects based on machine learning and matching and so on. But just meeting people with people, only then the cooperation was possible. So please do it, because it's always a good thing to do. Okay, thank you. Thanks to all of you. And thanks to the audience that even after lunch wanted to be here with us and have this discussion, all of us together. Thank you very much.
O 16:30 rozpoczniemy międzyresortowy panel zatytułowany Umiędzynarodowienie nauki jako element wizji rozwoju kraju z udziałem wiceministrów nauki i szkolnictwa wyższego, spraw zagranicznych, rozwoju i technologii, a także funduszy i polityki regionalnej.
We would like to thank all panel participants, and at 4:30 p.m. we will start an interministerial panel entitled Internationalisation of Science as an element of a country's development vision, with the participation of deputy ministers of science and higher education, foreign affairs, development and technology, as well as development funds and regional policy.
A teraz zapraszamy na krótką przerwę kawową.
And now please be invited to a short coffee break.